Okay, I think we're live and it's running. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our IKS Open Saturday live stream.
What are you
And
doing by
today,
yourself?
today
Oh,
I am well, if Carter will let me, I am starting a live stream of today's battle, which is I guess it's based on the Battle of Cape Vincent, and it's a naval Kriegsspiel. So this is going to be a unique experience. It's a new system and I am playing. I'm playing on the red team, which I believe is the British Royal Navy, and we'll see how I do. Maybe I break my losing streak here by playing on the side that traditionally wins naval battles. But let's see what happens. I'm going to pop up into my regular channel, coordinate with my fellow players, and away we go. By the way, I have been messing with my uh, OBS stuff, my software. I've been messing with some of the settings. So if there's any issues with the live stream in terms of like audio, like you can't hear or something like that, please let me know. Uh, then I can tweak it on the fly. But I do think everything looks like it's working. All right. All right, gentlemen, I'm here. The live stream is running.
Hello,
sorry
hello.
for the interruption.
No, no, that's okay.
I didn't realize you were introducing the stream.
That's
Oh my gosh.
no, no. It's
I was
it's
like, what are you doing by yourself? Are you watching Kriegsspiel all by yourself?
right. I play
How could
Kriegsspiel
Oh
you?
by
man.
myself. Yeah. I would like to, you can play solitaire, I suppose. It's just the fog of war just isn't going to be there.
Yeah.
Maybe if you mix up the blocks and you have randomized blocks.
hmm
All right.
So it's a 4v4. Ah, yes, perfect. A fair fight. Ha ha ha.
Oh, that's too bad. Fair fight.
It's
Um,
every general's worst nightmare is a fair fight. That's what that is.
yeah. What are we getting these four blocks and then we just decide who's going to run each of these four?
I think Uh, does it already have kind of like a? Jesus, there's another. No, so I got distracted by a fly. Um, I think is there already an order of battle in the module, or is there like
I
all the ships kind of arrayed out like with special names and that kind of thing? I don't have the module open.
Oh no, there's just the blocks themselves. First
Yeah, so I
rate.
think then TAC is going to tell us what we have, and I think it's going to be a lot more than 4 ships.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if these blocks represent. Let me turn it
No,
over.
the blocks represent individual ships.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll stand by.
Yes. Hold fast.
Okay. So to decide who commands, whoever knows how to sing the best sea shanty, which will not be me.
Oh God, that's so me. But I really shouldn't be the commander. I'm part of a Revolutionary War reenactment group that is like a Navy regiment, and we do nothing but shanties. You can
Oh
like
my
name any one,
god.
I can go off with it. But I really shouldn't be commander. I'm in no state to do that right now. I'm very under the weather.
Oh wow.
I
The
can be the
absolute
like
state.
what's the flagship? You know, just like singing out sea shanties all day.
There you go. There you go.
You'll
Yeah,
be my mascot. You'll be the parrot on my
I
shoulder.
can be. Yeah, then no, I'll just do that. I'll just get like orders of like, yeah, you just see the ship. What do you do? I guess I squawk, eat a cracker or something. Yeah, that's sweet.
I do
Gentlemen,
funny
Here's a cracker.
things.
the first order of business is who is commanding, who's in charge here.
Carter.
Oh, fuck it. All right. Oh, sorry.
No, it's not a family-friendly live stream. We're just
Oh,
broadcasting out to people's living rooms and garages, Carter.
sorry. You can tell just how much I'm excited to command. Yeah, sure. I'm in charge.
All right.
I
Let's
expect
go.
England expects every man will do his duty.
Indeed.
That's all I need at the moment. I'll be right back.
All right.
I've scared the umpire off already. Let's go. Oh man.
Aren't we the Spanish?
No, we're the Brits. We're the
Good.
Brits. Are we the Spanish? The guy says with a British accent. I'm sorry, I just couldn't get over that. When you sneeze on board your ship and everybody says, "Oh gosh, I don't know what the Spanish bless you is," but
Salud. Salud.
uh,
Let's see here.
salud. Okay.
Okay. My OBS is messed up. I'm not capturing the screen.
Oh,
I'm-
well, that would be a problem.
What if I delete that source? Delete it, recreate it. New source. Display capture. Add existing. Maybe it is create new. Okay. There we go. Automatic looks good. Okay.
I gotta say, Damon's pieces, like for the ships, that's woo. I like it.
Mhm.
I like it. And now it's like, I'm not sure whether I want to play 1806 or umpire it with all these new possibilities coming out. I don't know.
All right. Good thing OBS is easy to use. Richard Champion, welcome to the live stream. Good to see you. Anyone else who's on the live stream, feel free to say hi. Give me advice. Tell me what to do because you'll probably play better than me. Like, don't spit into the wind, right? Yeah, it's great to have you folks here. I love to interact with the folks watching. So, Carter, what's the plan here, man? Just stay.
Well, I don't even know what ships we
Yeah,
have.
can you tell us what we're doing, please?
Stay above the water.
I'll actually. So, we are quite close to Cape Trafalgar. Quite close.
Okay.
And so I'm going to pull up some orders. And now it depends on the situation, right? Because we haven't gotten our briefing.
Okay.
But I do have a quote that I need to read verbatim. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's see. So, just generally speaking, the British had much more competent sailors, so we can take that into account.
We're probably just much better all around.
Well, so our rate of fire is going to be 2 or even 3 broadsides to the enemy's 1, if it's historical in that sense.
Well, you don't necessarily know that completely, but in proper Royal Navy fashion, of course, your rate of fire is going to be 2 to 3 broadsides to the enemy's 1 because they're filthy continentals.
Mm-hmm. So,
all right. So we have enough admins down here. I'll let y'all set up your own channels. I'm gonna dump everything into Red 1, which will be primary briefing, and that's for all of you guys. I'm gonna dump you a screenshot of where you're at in relation, where your starting area is in relation to, and you'll set formations and whatnot, but where your starting area is in relation to some land, and then I'll give you a close-up of your actual force. There are 5 distinct groups. You have 4 battle line groups, and then 1 frigate squadron. I would I will say, note, historically, frigates do not do well against battle line ships. There's a reason why the one time that 3 frigates took down a third rate is such a wild experience, because normally a third rate would pimp slap 3 frigates like it was beating up on kindergartners.
That was awfully colorful.
It's been a while since I've done that.
Yeah, historically, there was a gentleman's agreement, and I'm gonna tell this to both teams. So to give you some historical context, there was a gentleman's agreement amongst all navies that as long as a frigate did not engage a ship of the line in a major battle, the ships of the line would ignore the frigate and let the frigates fight each other. Basically, you would have a battle. You'd actually have 3 separate engagements. If we included all the brigs and sloops, you'd have 3 separate engagements going on simultaneously. The line of battle would be throwing down, the frigates would be throwing down, and the sloops would be throwing down, and brigs it would be 3 separate engagements, because the unrated ships, it was understood as long as they left the frigates alone, the frigates would fight each other until there was a winner. Now, once there's a winner to one of those engagements, then everybody's fair game, because now the battle's starting to be decided. But as long as the battle's pitched, typically, as long as a frigate left everybody alone, they would leave people alone.
Okay.
So it's like an optional thing, or
I mean,
if I play a frigate, I'm just gonna get killed anyway.
if you're so you understand the frigates, and since it's British, these are the standards. You've got 36 or 38 guns that are 12 to 18 pounders. That's your. Now you've got a few carronades and other stuff, but that's typically what you've got. A 74 gun third rate ship of the line, which in your module is the one that shows each ball is a gun deck. So the frigates have one deck of guns, the third rates have 2 decks of guns, and the first rates have 3 decks of guns. A third rate would be literally a frigate on top of another battery of 24 to 32 pounders, which would just annihilate your ship. Your ship would not be able to withstand that. You wouldn't be able to sidle up beside it and trade broadsides with it. The only time a frigate has ever beaten a ship of the line, it was 3 frigates on 1 third rate in seas that were so rough that the third rate could not use its lower gun deck because it was taking water through the gun ports. So they had to keep the gun ports shut, and that meant the frigates actually outgunned it. Under any other circumstances, even 3 frigates would leave a single ship of the line alone, because it's frickin' suicide. Because if you think the USS Constitution bounces 18-pounder balls, a ship of the line is thicker and will bounce balls even worse.
Gotcha.
All right, so I'm gonna also kick y'all a weather gauge.
Oh, is the weather gauge not the one listed on the map, or
the weather? So the weather
north-
gauge is listed. Yeah, the weather gauge is listed on the map is actually correct, but I've made it smaller and put it on the compass, so it is very easy to understand the wind direction and that way you can actually look at the compass rose. We are going to be using the 16-point nautical compass. We're not using the 32-point nautical compass because I'm not insane.
Okay.
Now your ships, for maneuvering, your ships will turn up to 45 degrees per turn. So the way it'll work is you'll go forward in the direction that you were going at the speed you were going for 1 turn, and then your ship will turn 45 degrees at the end of that turn.
Okay.
Up to. If it doesn't need to turn 45 degrees, obviously we'll do it in pieces of that. But if you're making, like, say you're making a 90-degree turn, you'll go full, and you're going at fighting sail, which is 2 squares a turn. You'll go 2 squares, turn 45 degrees, 2 squares in that direction, turn 45 degrees. And you'll make a 90-degree turn over 10 minutes.
Okay.
notes on your speeds, roughly speaking. You are the Royal Navy, so you at no sail, you're just going nowhere. We may drift you a little bit. If you're running minimum sail, you'll go 1 square a turn. Fighting sail, you'll go 2 squares per turn. Fighting sail means your top sails are up, but you've taken the main sails down so they don't get shot. So you'll go 2 squares a turn. Plain sail, you will go 4 squares a turn. And full sail, you will go 5 squares per turn, maximum. That's if you're running in the optimum quarter of the wind. So not completely with the wind, because then your masts take each other out of play. If you're running just a little bit off from directly with the wind, that's the fastest you'll go is 5 squares a turn. The frigates get +1 to their speed because they're frigates, and they're made for speed.
All right.
All right.
All right, and remember, if you go within 1 point of against the wind, or you go across the wind, so you go from east to north, and you're coming across the wind. Well, not you're going from south. You're going from south to west, so you're going across the wind. Remember, as you cross within 1 point of the wind in that tack, you may go into irons, and your ship will come to a complete stop. It is a possibility. It's not a guarantee. Better ship handlers have better odds.
But if you turn against, so instead of turning against the wind, towards the wind, you can turn with the wind the other way, right? And
Yep,
won't have any possibility of the irons. A jibe, I think it's called.
It's called wearing. You can wear, which means you're going the long way around.
Gotcha.
And you will no chance of going into irons. It just takes longer. But if you go with the wind, if you go try to tack across the wind, you will have the chance. It's not a guarantee by any stretch, but there is the chance you go into irons.
Gotcha. All right.
Is getting out a die roll, or is there odds
Yeah,
on it?
there's going to be a die roll for that. I'm not going to tell you what die it is. I'm not going to tell you what the die is, but there's going to be a die roll for that.
Okay, I didn't know if it was just like a standard, it's going to be a 1-turn penalty to get out, or if you have to make a roll.
No, it'll be a die roll. Once you're in irons, as long as you're not continuing to say I want to go into the wind, in which case you'll just stay there. Your ship will, the next turn, your ship will just make a 45-degree turn and fight its way out of irons.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. What the
so if you go into irons, you'll get a 1-turn penalty, and then your ship has to fight out of irons. But your crew's gonna try to get you out of that, because that's death.
Yeah.
In which case, you may not turn the direction you wanted. You may turn farther than you wanted. You're gonna get some randomization on how that getting out becomes. You may wind up back where you started.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, fun.
All right, I'm gonna drop over into yellow and brief them a bit.
Okay, all right, and then you're gonna give us kind of the tactical situation later.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to post that. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, cool. Just want to make sure.
I typed that up yesterday, and in this tactical situation, you will have all of your. Why do I keep doing that?
Do we get to name our ships, or are they named?
They're
already named already. You can.
Oh shoot!
Nice.
Screenshot.
Can we rename them? Maybe.
If you want to do that on your own table.
Yeah, if you want to do that on your table, that's fine. But they're already named on my table. I was doing that last night, so.
Okay.
All right.
So now, Carter, we got to figure out who goes where.
Yep.
Well, so as the commander, I'm probably in charge of the division under HMS Victory. That's probably my flagship.
Yeah.
Are you commanding more than one ship?
Yeah. Even the fleet commander has multiple ships. Also, signaling. Gotcha. Once y'all are done with this initial meeting of the minds on the quarterdeck of the Victory, you can send a maximum. I realize that the title card thing will actually scale, so you can type infinitely and it just gets smaller. The biggest it'll get before it starts scaling is about 8 words. So 8 words is the most you can send, and the ship that you're sending it to you have to have line of sight within 14 squares, within 14 grids and line of sight for them to be able to see the message, and it can't be obscured by gun smoke or anything like that.
I don't mean to be like incredibly smart here, but what do we think about like pre-making like a code list, and then we'll just send each other like number 12, and then that'll correspond to a code.
Well, that's historical what they did.
Let's do that then.
I'm making it simple enough that Kriegsspielers that have no experience with naval.
Well, no, but we could just DM it to
Yeah.
like all of each other right now because we're all in like a meeting room right now.
Yeah.
So someone, do you want to get like a Google Doc ready or something?
I'll make a Google Doc.
Yes. What I would. So if you're going to do that, you send the code and in parentheses what that code means on your code list, because I do not want to refer to your code list.
Well, no, we'll all share the same code list.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all make up your code list, and when you say I'm sending victory 12, and 12 means turn to port or whatever, then just have open parentheses whatever that code actually means on your list today. And
wait, but if it's just a dispatch, right? Do you need to know what it means, or we would just order it, right? Like,
true. I wouldn't need to know what it means at all. So, yep, that works. All right.
Yeah, because you'll see the number 12, then check your own sheet of paper.
So, also keep in mind, you can't send complex orders to your other ships in your squadron. So they will always presume to follow you unless you give them other orders. But if you want to give your other ships in your squadron complicated orders, it's restricted in the same way.
Okay.
All right. Gotcha.
All
right. So this is Rock Creek, right? We're playing on Rock Creek.
Yeah. So okay.
All right. I've got another player that popped in, and I got to figure out what I'm gonna do with them. So give me just a minute.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players here. Yeah, we have 5. So we probably shouldn't have another player because we've got one for each division.
I'm
okay,
confused.
so
when I load into the module, I just see the map. Am I doing something wrong, or?
No, that's right. If you all
ships or something.
So here, let me save this. And I'm going to host a multiplayer table, and I'm gonna because I've set up all the ships with all their names as they're in the screenshot, into all of the divisions. So I'm going to set up a multiplayer table. I'm going to call it Trafalgar.
Am I supposed to see a channel that maybe I don't see?
Are we going to go to this multiplayer channel? We're all going to pile in.
Look in red 1. Look in red 1.
Yeah, I don't see red 1.
Oh, let me add you guys. So, Ninja, Bushido, Blue, the Shrimp. Who else needs access? Chris.
Me.
All right, and then Marshall and I should already have access. So I've added you guys to red 1, so now you can see the screenshots he's posted. And I'll just read aloud for the benefit of chat the little briefing that he's given us. February 14th, 1797. You've been assigned near Gibraltar and recently reinforced by forces from the Channel Fleet. Your mission is to prevent the link up between the Spanish and French fleets, as their combined force would be more than the Royal Navy could handle without marshalling all of its stretched resources into a single formation. A day ago, Commodore Nelson, using HMS Minerva, sailed through the Spanish fleet and reported to you that they have a number of formations of ships of the line, as well as frigates. You've been hearing the Spanish fire signal guns at night, which has allowed you to close on their general position and alert your commands to prepare for battle. A foggy dawn is just starting to break, and you have assembled your senior commanders. You believe that you have the finest sailors and ships in the world, and your mission is clear: close with and destroy or drive off the Spanish, without letting them get large portions of their fleet around the Cape, and clear to make a run for Cadiz or Brest. So basically, Spanish coming from Gibraltar, the Spanish are coming from Gibraltar because Cadiz is going to be on this map, I think.
And Brest is in Brittany.
Brest is in Brittany. So yeah, we have to prevent the Spanish breaking out the channel, the Strait of Gibraltar. So, let me Yeah, so I've got a multiplayer table up. It's called Trafalgar. The password's 135. Go ahead and join it, and you can save this map state, and you've got all the British ships there. So I'm going to take the division headed by HMS Victory, with HMS Egmont and Goliath as my third rates behind.
Oh, 1 sec.
Um,
How'd you get
What-
into the multi-user?
sorry,
How'd you get into the multi-user map? Sorry.
it's a multiplayer table, so you join. You have to join my server.
What's the name
Have
of
you
it?
downloaded the module?
It's called Trafalgar.
Yeah.
I've downloaded the module.
Oh,
I've
you know. Yeah.
copied all the pieces. You don't have to download the module before joining. It'll automatically download it for you once you join the lobby.
What's the password? Sorry.
135.
Right. Thanks.
I can't find your room. It's in.
Took me a while to
I
load.
found it. I found it.
So the Spanish, so the Spanish are coming out from Gibraltar, and we've got to stop them. That's pretty simple. Now,
So the French aren't any significant threat like this battle.
no,
more
it's just
like a
us and the
long-term-
Spanish right now. It's just us
Okay.
and the Spanish.
Right. Freaking. I'm trying to get. Oh, a bit of a tale. How do I get into the multi-use? Sorry.
So you search up on Tabletop Simulator, join, right? Search for
Yeah.
Trafalgar.
Yeah, I'll just go in. Yeah, got it. Cheers.
Yep. So I'm taking the division or squadron under Victory, and you guys can pick amongst yourselves. The other 3 battle line squadrons are pretty much the same, and then somebody's going to have to take the frigates.
I'll take the frigates. Give me whatever has the least importance. Like I said, I'm very tired and under the weather right now, so whatever
Frigates
has the
are
least
important,
importance.
but
Oh,
um,
well, like I'm not gonna fucking suicidal charge or anything.
family
But
friendly. Family friendly.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry.
Um,
I'm not just gonna charge in, but at the same time, anything that's not incredibly important.
Yeah. So
How about I take Britannia?
okay.
I'll take that one. Okay, I'm just gonna add my name to it.
I'll take P. George.
All right.
I guess I'll take the last battle line then.
All right. So Blue's got the frigates. Marshall's got the
No, blue was me. I thought-
Rudolph.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, howdy.
I thought Rudolph had the frigates, or Ninja. Are you
Yeah,
taking
yeah.
the frigates?
No, he has the
Rudolph
frigate.
is also blue. Sorry, I have
Oh,
two
we're
names
both
here.
blue. I see. That was my
Oh.
confusion.
Yeah, whatever works for me. Take whatever
Okay.
y'all assign me.
All right. Yeah. So he's got the frigates, and then the other 3 of you have the other battle line sections. And so, well, the Spanish fleet are going to come sailing out of the Strait of Gibraltar, and I'll have to ask Tac about that. But they're probably, they're going to be sailing west out of the Strait of Gibraltar. I think we come up along the North African coast. And, well, Trafalgar them.
So their whole goal is just going to be trying to make a run right out of there, right?
Yes.
So we just got to make sure that we corner them at every place we can.
Yeah, I think.
Where is Cadiz? Is this here Cadiz? Oops.
I think this is Cadiz.
Why is it making colors in the?
It's
Because of the limits of the table, but I think this is Cadiz, if I'm not mistaken. I'll take a look.
Okay, so that's pretty close. If they start here.
Could be farther away. Let me check though. Yeah, that's Cadiz.
So we're not going to be in the open ocean. We're going to be closer to shore.
Oh yeah, we're gonna
You have
be.
to the beach in yourselves.
This is the battle area.
I assume the ships are not as big as they are now, or
We'll have to ask Tac, but I think they are as big. But
Well,
I mean that's not really
yeah, they're
to
not to
scale.
scale.
yeah, they're not.
Um, maybe we have a couple lines of ships, like 2 lines,
I was
Look.
thinking the same.
and they just circle there.
That's well. So here's what I'm thinking. I'll take Victory and its division in the first line. Chris will follow me up. Marshall, as 2IC, takes the second line with his flagship and forms a second line. The frigates sail out in kind of another line, and so the frigates will go try to cut off Cadiz, whereas the two main battle lines will sail from the North African coast into the strait to basically run amok amongst the Spanish ships.
Gotcha.
Just get into melee, basically. Not boarding actions, but just I want to close up fight where we're just shooting at each other, where our firepower advantage will make itself known. Because I think we're probably outnumbered by the Spanish, though I'm not certain of that.
We will be. We will be. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to make our firepower advantage known in that close quarters. And so I'll read to you, actually. I've got it here. Because this is just solid advice, right? This isn't just like me trying to role play. This is also just solid advice. Let's see.
The ships would be like that, won't they? The arrow
Yeah.
leading arrows to
Yeah.
the front.
Yeah. All right. So, here's something from Nelson's Trafalgar memorandum that I think applies here. Something must be left to chance. Nothing is sure in a sea fight beyond all others. Shot will carry away the masts and yards of friends and as well as of foes. But I look with confidence to a victory before the van of the enemy could secure their rear, and then that the British fleet would most of them be ready to receive their 20 sail of the line, or peruse them, or pursue them, should they endeavor to make off. Let's see. But the second in command will in all possible things direct to the movements of his line by keeping them as compact as the nature of the circumstances will admit. Captains are to look to their particular line as their rallying point, but in case signals can neither be seen or perfectly understood, no captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much the goal. Just get into straight up fights with everybody.
All right.
If we can keep it to a bunch of 1-on-1s instead of a bunch of 2-on-1s or 3-on-1s, that's the goal. So no captain can do very wrong by bringing his ship alongside that of an enemy.
Okay.
Carter, we mind streaming this?
Marshall is.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Oh, I just mean in Discord, yeah.
Do you not have TTS?
No, I just haven't loaded it up yet. Sometimes, I'll give it a try, but my CPU's just being weird lately.
So do you just want us literally compact? Or do you want a bit of a space between each division?
I think pretty much just in a line, like straight up, you know? I don't think we need too much space in between each other.
Do you know how close we can get to shore without running amok?
This map is wildly not to scale, so...
Gotcha.
Yeah, the scaling on it has me wondering.
So this compass here, that's got nothing to do with it, has it?
Just points
No,
north.
just this compass.
So that, yeah, okay,
It's not. It doesn't even point north.
right, okay. I was a
They're
bit
trying to
confused.
escape up north, correct?
I'm a bit confused. Is that north the same as the compass map, or is it?
No,
Is it just staying like that?
this stays like that. That's north.
Okay.
The map is oriented north-south.
So they're trying to sail out of Gibraltar and come north around Gibraltar to France, right?
That's right.
Okay, gotcha. So we're trying to bottleneck them there, or chase them, or
Yeah, we're gonna basically sail out in front of them, and then
They have to go
if
through
they're
us.
yeah,
gotcha.
So like
But
that.
then
Just
us being in 2 lines kind of blocks half our firepower, doesn't it?
well, we're not gonna be able to get out there in one line either, are we? And I'm
unless
not even sure if we're gonna be able to. Like, I think we're not even gonna be able to just bottleneck the strait. I don't think
Yeah.
that's gonna be a possibility.
unless one.
I think we're gonna have to just get in them. I
I
think
mean,
we're gonna
it
have
says
to
we
get
know
in
where
among
they
them.
are, right? So I assume they will.
Yeah,
tell us
but
where they
Tac hasn't actually told us where they are.
Yeah, so I assume he will still do that.
Yeah,
What'd you say the
so
password was again?
we need more of a briefing than this. Like
Yeah.
What do you say the password was?
135.
135.
Gotcha.
On my today. Do you not have a line there and a line there?
Well, I don't think we can even start there. I think we. If I was in the
I think we
umpire
start,
module,
like,
I think
here.
we start over here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we do. Yeah.
I mean, the
we're not
pink
even
is
gonna have a
block.
chance to
No.
move and bottleneck them. Like, that's all pie in the sky. Like, we're not gonna be able to do that.
But look at the wind. See, we have the wind at our back, whereas they're kind of sailing
Yeah,
north
that-
in the wind. So their progress
why-
is going to be very slow.
If we head north at full wind, it's full sail, we can cover like 5 blocks, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's not all that far.
Who's working on the code sheet?
Well, gosh, without a plan, what need do we have for codes? Like,
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, true. Good point. Good point. Oh, I guess if we don't have any like good orders yet, though, are they trying to get to this port here?
Yes.
This is Cadiz, right? And
yeah, that's
okay.
Cadiz.
they can go there, I guess, or all the way
Or
to.
trying around. Yeah,
Oops.
this is a.
This is not. not
Yeah,
optimal.
I need to give Tac instructions on how to build better modules, but
He tried.
you tried.
Yeah, I wanted to do that map competition, but I just saw everyone's like work in progress after a day, and I was like, wow, yeah, I'm not winning that.
Oh, don't get discouraged, man. You got until the end of August. Totally.
Yeah, I
don't.
guess so. Yeah,
Like,
yeah, but they
take
just use some
inspiration.
crazy software.
Yeah, take inspiration and do better. Hey, you can hand draw this thing. How do you think they did it? They didn't have crazy software back in the day.
That's
You know?
true, but what am I gonna just take a picture of it, send it to you guys? I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
So these 4 here, yeah, these are the frigates. Gotcha. Are these the proper spawning points, or is it more just wherever down the
We have
cell?
no clue.
I have no idea. I haven't
Oh,
been
fun.
told.
On the picture, they're like here. All of our ships.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So then we got to move over here.
The wind to start sailing.
So I think what we might do is if everybody can stop drawing random lines everywhere. Eh. Literally a line in the sky. Okay. All right. Here's what I think we do. So one battle line sails northeast to the coast, and then probably that line is a little optimistic. Then like this. So that way we're always taking advantage of the wind because we're sailing downwind towards Cadiz and then tacking around and then we're sailing across the wind back.
Might be a better idea to jibe there.
But
If you turn
jibes to the left, or
Turn to the right. And
I
sail
don't
out.
actually know the right term, but yeah, if you take a right instead, you won't have any risk of coming into the irons.
Yeah, your path has you going against the wind. Now the wind could shift. I don't know.
yeah. So
Yeah.
then we go like that. Then
Exactly, yeah.
Well, it might be conditional based on the wind direction when you get there. Whether you
right,
turn
but I
right or
don't
left.
think it's going to change.
Yeah. Okay.
So generally like that, and then the other line comes up and does something probably a little bit more like this. Jeez, why does it always go?
Lock
Like
space
that.
travel?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll
Yeah,
invent
that's the one
space
thing.
travel.
It's the one thing with tabletop
So
is
we
once
can't-
you get to the edges, it doesn't like register stuff.
I think,
They only let
and I
you have
think the
maps
other
so
line.
big.
Yeah, so I think the other line goes like this, generally.
Okay. Straight
Into the
down
straight.
into the straight. Okay. And we'll have contact once we're there. And at what point we have contact, then,
And so basically, as the Spanish come out, right?
if we can stay in a line and make like a little circle or something, or a racetrack kind of pattern, and cross their T and put a lot of guns on them, that would be great as they come up. Hit them piecemeal.
Yeah, so if the Spanish are going for Cadiz, right?
Mm-hmm.
They all of a sudden sail into the broadsides of our force sailing basically straight for Cadiz, right?
Yep.
And then they also are dealing with enfilading fire coming from the other line,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I think that's kind of the
I
best
think it'll
plan.
really come down to the winds here, but yeah.
And then once this line turns, then they get into melee. And at some point, up to Marshall's discretion, his line will turn in and start fighting melee with the French in the strait.
Mm-hmm.
Probably turning back around towards Cadiz to sail up along the coast this way.
Okay, so we'll have a broadsider, we'll have a pursuer. We might want to have someone long here just to kind of.
Well, yeah, so that's what the frigates are going to do. The frigates are going to run
Gotcha.
interference over here.
Sweet. This
And
feels like a football game.
And who's commanding the Barfleur?
You are.
No, the Barfleur.
You're.
This
oh.
one. Second squadron of the second division.
That would be Ninja, right? Yeah. Ninja Bushido.
Okay, he's muted and all that. Okay.
Is this all one squadron?
No. 1 squadron, 2 squadrons, 3
Okay,
squadrons,
gotcha.
4 squadrons, and then plus the frigates.
Gotcha. So I don't get confused with that build back. Alright, sweet, that works.
It's a good plan, Carter. Probably better than what they have.
Let's hope.
Yeah, their plan is, get through the strait as fast as you can and run up to Cadiz, probably.
And they're not going to make much time because the wind isn't quite really in their favor.
Right.
But just real quick, just to make sure y'all know, I don't know how experienced in sailing y'all are. If this is your ship and you have like a wind coming from this way, if you turn into the wind, when your nose is in the wind, that's when you have a risk of getting into irons. But if you turn away from the wind and around, that's when you're fine. Almost always. It's a bit more of a violent turn, but it's a lot safer.
Yeah, I have a little racing sloop. It's a remote control one. It's quite large, though. Used to race against a bunch of old guys where I used to live. They all had them.
Yeah,
I
I
had a
used to
tiny
spend my
little, like,
summers out on the
one-seater.
Chesapeake, so...
Wow. Sounds
Well,
fun.
not on the Chesapeake, but on the coast, right?
Yeah,
So
of course. Yeah.
I would do sailing with opties and that kind of thing.
I
It's
had
been a
like
while since I've done it, so I don't know the terms as well, but I know the principle.
I had a tiny little one-seater racing boat with a giant sail, and you would literally have to lean all the way back, like your legs are in the boat, and your back is touching the water, and when you have a strong wind, it was fucked.
Wow.
So I guess so. Their end goal is to get the majority of their fleet in here, right? Into this little tiny port.
So the goal is to get the fleet either in Cadiz or around Cape St. Vincent to go up to France. Those are their two things. And so by this plan, we actually cut them off from both, right? So it's much easier for us to cut them off from Cape St. Vincent. And so they're like, okay, all right, divert to Cadiz, which they probably, if they're smart, they're probably already just like, yeah, we don't have any chance of that. So they're probably already trying to slink their way into Cadiz. And so that's why the frigates and first line will come up towards Cadiz to try and make that cut, right? And so alternatively, right, if for whatever reason the French are in a position where we just can't execute the turn, right? Then we'll go like this and sail up along the coast. And we'll just have to divert that way. And it might end up being that the French end up in kind of a side by side, just pounding each other in broadside fight all the way towards Cadiz. At which point, the southern prong would have to immediately turn north to try and engage the rest of the Spanish fleet.
Gotcha.
But at that point, we would be out of communications. So you just have to use your judgment, Marshal, on when to turn into the Spanish fleet and start fighting them. Start
You reckon
breaking
there's a
their
chance
formations.
that they head south? Like they just
Yeah.
assume that we're heading north to intercept them, so they just go around?
I was just thinking that as well.
Yeah.
Well, then
We should probably put a code in our code book that just says like, hey, they're going south.
yeah. So at that point, right, then Marshall goes and he sends flag message to me saying, guys, the bad stuff's happening," and then we go south to help join him.
Seems like a good plan. So frigates were not meant to engage even third-rate ships, right?
That's
Yeah.
right. You're supposed to engage other frigates, which makes me think, actually, now that I...
Doesn't mean to say they won't engage you, though.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
That was just historical. I guarantee
Well,
they'll
I
probably
mean,
engage.
maybe. I mean, you can always just run away from them, and it's not like they can get a broadside on you then. But if I see a third or first rate coming up heading the line here, there's not too much I'm going to be able to do to stop them, except just tail them and like give messages back to you guys of our location.
If it is a case of you're the last thing between them and Cadiz,
Last
you
stand.
must engage.
Okay.
I mean, you can force them to turn at least if you're in front of them and start shooting at them.
Let's just park my boats in front of them. Yeah, maybe that might
Just
work.
park your boats in front of the port of Cadiz.
But I mean,
Yeah.
I think we should wait for more briefing here because
Yeah.
Question: are we scared of naval guns, like land-based batteries, or is that not something that's considered?
that's
I don't
only if
think
you
we
go like
are.
right into the port. I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because they got a little outcropping like right here, but yeah, okay. I think we should be good.
Like it matters how much the map is to scale,
Gotcha. So depending on like where you are in the wind, like obviously except for irons, is there like a consideration of how much speed you're going? Like an optimal angle to get speed?
Yeah, he told us it's if you're like I don't know a few degrees off of right with the wind.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think then you have like 5 squares or something.
Yeah, so then probably I shift this line to something more like Marshall's line where we go like that.
So we're not really playing like in one ship, right? We're kind of in control of all the ships simultaneously.
No, you are in one ship, and your squadron just has orders to always follow you. And if you want to give more complex orders, it has to be in the message format.
If I go down, do I just take control of another ship, or
I don't know.
Okay.
I assume maybe.
you guys want to come up with like a number code just to make it simple, in case they go south? I don't know,
In
just
Yeah,
in case the
that'll be
enemy goes south.
number 2.
Number 2. Okay.
Yeah, if they go south. Everything went to number 2.
What's number 1?
Number one is second line turn north. Like that's the order that I'll send if I can to Marshall to say now. But if he can't see it, then that's obviously up to his judgment still. You're not supposed if you see the opportunity, do it. Don't just wait for my signal.
Right. Okay.
But
Well,
my
one thing
signal
we
will
could
be
do-
if I see something that you don't see and you're not turning, then I go. Right, then I give that instruction.
Okay.
One thing we could do is just make, like, if we are making this like small little code book thing, we could have a number designating the squadron and then the order, right? So it would be 1 for like I'm talking to 1, and then the message like we'll say 2. They're turning south.
Yeah, so I'm red
so just
1.
and a 2.
So
Maybe we use a letter.
Chris would be red. Sorry, what?
Maybe we use a letter because if our orders are numbers, maybe we want letters
Well,
for
might
the
get confusing,
squadrons.
Yeah. All right. So I'm A. Marshall's B. Chris is C. And Ninja is D. And Rudolph is E.
Gotcha. We should probably write all
Actually,
this
we'll
down.
make Rudolph F. Yeah, you should write this down. Who's got the Google Doc?
Okay, I'll do it.
I mean, since the limitation is number of words and not number of signs, it doesn't really. I mean, imagine we're just pulling up a flag, and if that flag has a 1 on it, or if it's just the designation for the squadron.
Who's D,
All right,
sorry?
sorry. Can we just go over once again? We have A, B, C, D, and I guess F. 'Cause
Yeah.
we're doing it like high school. So who's
Yeah.
A?
I am.
Gotcha. Who's B?
Marshall,
Gotcha. And C.
Chris,
And D is.
Ninja.
And I'm the last one. Gotcha.
Yep. F for frigate. That's why.
Oh, I see.
But
F for
then
fail,
yep. So, and then 1 is second line turn north. 2 is first line turn south because that means that the enemy has turned south.
Gotcha.
Turn south.
Do you guys have any other ideas of what we need? Numbers that would be good.
I mean, like, with the plan, right? There's not really other instructions that we need to give that we can know in advance, right?
Yeah,
Unless if
fair
I'm
enough.
just blanking on it.
So real quick, if you're if you see a message that like obviously can't get like if you're Carter and you're in between Marshall and Chris, right? And Marshall sends a message to Chris, so you'll see like C and then 2, right? Then just pass that message along over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if
It'll be
you
a
see a
telephone.
message that isn't meant for you, but you can pass that message along, do it.
Exactly. Yep.
And then, whatchamacallit? Well, actually, so we'll do it this way. Give your call sign first, right? So, and then the person that you're addressing it to, and then the order, right? So if I was giving an order to Chris, I'd be A, C, and then like 1 or something like that, you know? And then if Marshall was giving an order to Ninja, it would be B, D, and then like 2 or something like that, you know? So, or if you don't have, if it's not like one of those numbered orders, then it'd just be like A, C, and then follow me or whatever. And then I'll say 3. 3 will be frigates engage. So I'll give 3 if I feel that the frigates need to engage the head of the enemy column.
Gotcha. And should we make like emergency orders? Like everyone turn south, they're making a break for it, or everyone turn north, they're about to get to the port?
That's what 1 and 2 are.
Okay, gotcha. So if I see 1, that means they're making a break for the port.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's just their general plan. I mean, like, if they're about to get the bulk of their fleet into a certain harbor. Just kind of like a last
yeah.
minute
So
thing.
4 is everyone to Cadiz. 5 is everyone south. 6 is everyone west. And 7 is all disengage.
Gotcha. How do you spell Cadiz?
Cadiz.
Oh, that's simple enough.
Hey, Carter.
Yeah, so we need a little bit more information. Are the Spanish starting in the strait
No.
or on the
No,
east side of the
this-
strait?
So the Spanish are out to sea, out to your west.
Wait, so we're
you-
preventing them from going through the strait east?
No. So if you look at your map, there is, if you go up north, if you follow the strait north, there, and this map, it's too blurry to actually read it because I blew the map up a million times. But
Well,
there
see,
is
now we need to change the entire plan because your briefing didn't tell us where the enemy was.
sorry. The briefing, your enemy is to the west. You think they're trying to make it to Cadiz, which is their only major port over here. If you go up from the strait to the north, you'll see a large harbor port area, a nice big natural harbor. That is Cadiz.
Yep.
You suspect they're probably trying to make it to Cadiz. There was a really nasty storm that blew through a few days ago from the east. So your guess is the Spanish got swept out to sea and they're trying to make it back. You don't know how. You know they've got a fleet. You don't know how many ships there are. Nelson did his usual mad lad thing, hopped on a frigate and sailed through the whole bloody thing in the middle of the night. So you know it's a fleet. You know it's big. You don't know how much it is. Your overriding mission is you do not want this fleet to be over here and not bottled up, because if this fleet is over here and free to maneuver, it will
So
ultimately
just
link
this
up with the
straight.
French.
We have to prevent them getting to Cadiz.
Yep.
That's the objective.
That's your primary objective is to keep them from getting to Cadiz, or if they get to Cadiz, make sure that they are incapable of having the strength to fight their way back out.
Got it.
Because ultimately your mission profile is that these guys cannot link up with the French, because if the French fleet and the Spanish fleet link up, it'll be a huge fleet that'll require a lot of effort by the Royal Navy to build up a fleet big enough to challenge it.
Yep. All right. So
Okay,
you're going to
so
have to give us another half hour because we need to
Yeah.
change the entire plan.
Well, real quick, who are your squadron commanders? Obviously, you're commanding Victory Squadron, the
Yep. Chris is commanding the
Barfleur
Prince George
Squadron.
Prince is Chris is commanding Prince George. Then Barfleur is Ninja, and Britannia's Marshal.
Oh man. Okay. Well, they're
All
out
right,
there,
so-
so we should use our frigates maybe to scout.
Yeah. Frigates are going to need to scout.
Okay, so the frigates will go
Understood.
ahead as
So
fast
now
as they can. Make contact. They may even have to relay a signal back to us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, number 7 is now enemy spotted.
Well, no. So, basically now we just actually go for the Trafalgar plan instead of going for something a little bit fancier. We can now actually just go for Trafalgar. 2 lines. First line under me. Second line under Marshall. Victory and Prince George Squadron in first line. Britannia and Barfleur Squadron in second line. Frigates in the van, screening the formation. And as the Trafalgar Memorandum states, Captains are to look to their particular line as their rallying point, but in case signals can neither be seen nor perfectly understood, no captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy. We're going in. We're just gonna get him. That's
All right, umpires, if you want to jump back in umpire chat, and we'll give them a minute to.
Okay. What channel
So
belongs to me? What text channel belongs to each?
yeah,
of us?
let's assign text channels. So Marshall's read 2, Chris is read 3, Ninja's read 4, and Blue is read 5.
The major problem here is if we're facing them head on here, and we take a left to engage them like this, which I assume we will if we engage in Cadiz, right? We are both. Well, no, we're actually gonna be both. Never mind, I'm stupid. We're gonna be facing directly in the wind. Never mind, my bad.
Yeah, we can't take a
How
left.
do we catch them though?
Well, so the French are starting around here.
The French? Oh, the Spanish. Gotcha.
Sorry, the Spanish. You're right. So the Spanish are starting in this neighborhood. That's a terrible line. And we're starting in this neighborhood. So I think what we do is we sail like this because they're probably making a beeline for Cadiz. And so we go like that. And then
Yeah. I'm just worried they have secondary victory conditions here, though. Like, what if they just go to the Strait of Gibraltar?
we can only be worried about our victory conditions.
Well, the victory conditions to make them not link up with France, but if they go through the Strait, they're linking up with France all day, right?
This is why the frigates need to scout.
Yeah.
I don't even know the value of having them in a screening role, Carter. We can always fan them out, and as long as we have sight of one of the frigates, they can relay. So as long as they stay within sight of each other, they can relay over the horizon any kind of contact information.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
know
so
how we mark a location on the map. You know, like
we can't.
Yeah, we don't have like a grid. You know.
Well, maybe we could ask the umpires for something like that. Because I imagine in a real map we would have, like W.
No, this is a real map.
Well,
this is the kind of map they'd be using.
Yeah, but on the kind of map you could probably read the letters, is what I'm saying. So we might be able to just say like a ship.
So let's give it our own grid. Let's give it our own grid.
Okay.
So, bam, bam. Oh my gosh, I hate this freaking module. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. And it went in the air. Oh my gosh. Why?
But we know we know what you're drawing.
Wait, hold on. Super easy. All the grids actually line up with one per, I think. Oh no, they don't. Never mind.
And the map does have its own native kind of grid on it, but you can't read it.
Yeah. We could probably just do it by like this. So I think every grid is 5 centimeters.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This is A. This is B. This. Oh, geez, it's happening again.
Well, we know what you mean.
This is C. Then this is D. I don't think we're gonna have use for this, but
E and F.
E. Then F. And then we have the important ones. This is going to be G. This is H. And this is I. Oh man. What the heck happened to these lines? I hate it when it does that.
And the straight will be
And then the straight will be
J, I guess.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the straight is J. All right.
Gotcha.
So that's our grids. And we can just give compass points in the grid, like northeast, north, west, south, southeast, and that'll give us the general like area in that grid where they are.
Go
And
1,
so
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if we want to get more precise.
yeah,
7,
let's divide it into sextants
9.
or not. Yeah, all right. So let's do that for every single 1, 2, 3. Oh sheesh. 3, 4, 5, 6.
So let's say you spot them in
Mhm.
A6, you just say A6, and then you would give some kind of like, south-southeast.
And then they tell
Right.
us hit or miss, and then we do red for hit and white for miss. Gotcha.
Perfect. Yeah, there you go.
Sweet.
And if they sink you, you have to cry, they sank my battleship.
Gotcha. Will
And
do.
it's just now a submarine. It's not
They're
the
playing
crew
Kriegsspiel,
is,
we're playing Battleship.
yeah.
I'm going to say that G only has 1 and 2 and then 4,
Yeah, it's fine.
5 and then 7, 8 and then G9 is Cadiz. All right.
So we're saving this with all this grid on.
Sorry, what?
Are we saving this map with the grids on?
Yes, please.
4, 6, 3. Carter, you forgot to count, buddy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Jeez.
Okay, so I think the way the orders will go then is call sign, recipient, order or report, position, and then the bearing or grid. So the example I put here is if I, Rudolph, want to tell Ninja to turn west to quadrant D, and then like what do you call it? Sex quadrant? Sextuple quad? I have no idea what you said.
Whatever. Numpad,
What's
keypad,
the number?
tac, whatever.
Yeah, I guess I'm dead. You would say F-D-6-D-6, I guess. And then obviously relay messages along if they're not for you.
Mm-hmm.
I got the Google Doc up here. I'll message it to all of y'all if they haven't gotten to you yet.
All right. So everybody should save this map. Frigates go screening. First and second lines are going to sail basically like this, just across.
Gotcha.
And then essentially we're going to wait for word from the frigates. There's going to be, we'll have to redesignate all of our numbers for the orders, numbered orders. So let's actually, because we've already got all of the 1 through 9s, let's just start with 11. So 11 is going to be columns turn left, right? And that'll be an order I give. And then 1, 2, so 12 is going to be all ships turn right or starboard. 1, 3 is going to be about face to the right. So we're going to do like a hook motion that way. 1, 4 is about face to the left. Then 1, 5 is everybody go for Cadiz. 1, 6 is everybody go for the straight. 1, 7 is go south to intercept that way. And 1, 8 is everybody go west to intercept that way. 1, 9 will be everybody disengage. And
What was 1-8 again?
1, 8 is go west.
And then, okay, gotcha. And this is everyone disengage.
Yeah. And then 2, 0 will be rally on me.
Gotcha.
Me being fleet commander. So rally on fleet commander.
I give y'all editing access to the doc, I think. Wait, let me check that I did.
Where's the duck?
I think I DM'd it to you.
Right. Yep. Okay. Got it.
Do you have access to... hold on. Can you edit it?
No.
Did you DM it to me? Yes, you did.
Well, how do I change who can edit stuff?
You don't need to change it to editing access. I mean,
Gotcha. Just let me know if
We
you
can
want me
all
to
just
change
see it.
anything, add anything, whatever.
So yeah, 1 through 9 are going to be compass points, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's not how you spell column.
Yeah, my bad. This is why I wanted to give you editing access. It's also not how you spell squadrons. Hold on. Like I said, I'm tired. How do I give you guys access? I'll figure it out. Give me
I
a
will
bit.
request edit access. Send.
I did not get a notification.
But you're going to get an email.
Oh. Okay then.
Oh yeah.
That's because that's how Google works. By the way, we need to send. We've got 5-minute warning. Like, how long ago was that? 5 minutes ago.
Oh,
So we need to give them our sailing orders.
Part real quick, small mistake on my part for the turns. It's not you're not going a full turn in that direction. You go forward a square, turn, forward a square, turn if you're turning more than 90 degrees, more than 45 degrees. So you could draw a
so you can turn 45 degrees on a dime, but you can't turn any more than that on a dime.
You go forward one square and turn up to 45 degrees, and then go forward another square. So you could almost draw a stop sign. You could draw an octagon in the square in 9 squares, and that's your turning circle.
All right. So Tac, if you want to take a look at my stream,
I prefer you just pop a screenshot into your thing of your formation because I've got to do both of y'all kind of simultaneously because I'm getting the umpires caught up to speed.
Okay. Then. Oh, come on. Why won't it? All right. We've got 2 columns. HMS Victory leading column number 1 on the left, with its division.
I've got your columns. I've already got your columns organized.
Yeah, so it's the same columns as before.
So you're doing the frigates as a screen out in front, and I see
they're going out scouting. Yeah, but
okay, I see where it is on the map. I see where it is on the map. We can make that happen right now.
And yes, Tac, we did actually make a grid system on our map.
I saw and I went, oh my god.
Yeah, these guys out here playing Kriegsspiel. We're playing Battleship.
Yeah.
Yep.
B2.
We're gonna try. Yeah, we're gonna try to make this as accurate as possible. I think that's close enough for. Yeah, it's close enough for government work. All right.
And
This is
remember, everyone,
This is
that
age
the
of sail. You
general
don't have GPS.
Yeah. And remember, everyone, that the direction of sail is literally the direction we're facing. But in case you weren't aware, that's north-northwest. Basically 1 point, maybe 2 points. Yeah, 2 points off north. 2 points west of north on the compass.
Oops, sorry, forgot I was in there. Maybe I ran for myself then. Well,
All right.
Oh, let me take a game save real quick.
Yeah, everybody get a game save. You should all be promoted so you can save it. And then you got to open up your own tabletops.
we having
I hope
a.
it saves the drawing because it might not.
We having a.
Oh, it will. It will.
Sweet. Let me just double check that I saved this. Yeah, okay, sweet, it does.
Can you send me a screenshot to be sure?
We're having a shot of port before we all. Leave.
Yeah, yeah. I can't send you a screenshot of the whole map. It's too big.
Yeah, but like that should work. That's fine. Like what it's currently on your stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on my phone. That's why I can put my.
All right, I'm good to go, guys.
All right, gents.
And
This is going to be an interesting one.
Ninja.
Keep your code books with you at all times.
Yeah, it should be easy. Just follow me, Ninja. And just keep the line intact. Don't leave the line, right? Unless you want to be Admiral Bean.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Rudolph, it's for the position grid on your order thing.
Carter,
Is that your position or is that the enemy position?
I'll give you a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna drop everybody into your.
Yeah, we're almost ready. We're almost ready.
All right, because we're starting. We're going to start moving stuff, but we're not going to send any screenshot until we're.
Gotcha. Yeah, it should be like a minute or two.
All right.
Sorry, what was that question, Carter?
Blue. So change the order of the message from.
I think you should have editing.
Oh, I should.
Just go to the top right and hit editing under where it says viewing. Just go to editing. If not, it's alright.
Right. I can't view. No, edit.
Maybe not. It does not work. Oh shit. Sorry.
It's...
So what's wrong with it?
So, it should be call sign, recipient, order, your position, enemy position. Or sorry. I don't think we need to actually sound off our position everything. So
well, no, exactly. It's order is the thing, right? So if you like spotted an enemy, you go, your call sign, the recipient, the order is enemy spotted, which is somewhere there. So you'd put enemy spotted, and then the enemy's position, and then the bearing and grid. But if you're saying go to this position, you would say orders go to, and then position.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Cool.
Sweet. Is there enemy spotted on there? I'll add it if not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add it. I don't know how to get rid of 1 through 9. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Just like
this is very crude.
No, it's all good. It's probably a lot more than the enemy has.
Yeah, I guess so. Hold on. Just in case you want to, I'm pretty sure if you hit the link I'm about to send you, it should work. I'll give everyone it real quick though.
No, I'm actually nervous about this one.
Should be fun, eh?
Ninja, I was saying I can't send you a screenshot of the grid map because I can't fit it all in the.
Well, in theory, you could take 2 screenshots then.
Okay, all right.
It's just because I'm not on my PC, so I can't take a save state right now.
I could probably send you the save state.
Okay, I mean that would work as well.
Record it.
I'm sending him screenshots.
Are you going to be on your PC soon then?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, just walking the dog right now.
Beckoning the sunset before the battle.
Yeah, one last ride, you know.
One last hurrah.
And remember that for the frigates, the initial orders are scout, and for the battle lines, the initial orders are to sail straight ahead.
Okay. How do we know which set? Do we pick our own sails, or is that an order as well
Full sails, everyone.
for everything?
Oh yeah. So let's make some more call signs. So 2-5 full sail.
Hold on. So do you still not have editing access? Sucks.
No, or maybe I can. Did you send me?
I might be wrong. It says that you should have it. So when
Okay.
you go on the top right under.
Now I'm editing. Yep.
Okay, yeah, sweet. Do whatever you want then.
2-5. Oh, jeez. Full sail. Half sails. 2-6. 2-7 is combat sail. 2-8 is no sail.
Maybe if there's a full sail at the start, and if there's any, like if the sail has to change, just put that at the end of the message. Maybe.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So then just bearing grid and then sail orders. All right.
We all know the first message we see, we're going to be like, "Oh, what's that mean?"
Yep. So if I type an example message out here, let's see. So it'd be, I'm A to, let's say E is everyone. E is everyone. E is everyone. Then A, E, then
X is all squadrons already.
then 15.
X.
So say
is-
Altica is, and then 2-5 for full sail. So that would be what a dispatch looks like. AE 1525.
Okay, so
Oh
that
my
would
God.
be your call sign Carter talking to everybody. 15 all to caddies, 25 being
Full sail. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I need to give my position, right?
No, you don't.
no.
It's optional.
Yeah, so position is optional. So then
Yeah,
25.
so it's if you're telling someone to go somewhere, reporting on your own position or something like that. But if you're reporting on your own position, someone should be able to see you, so it doesn't really matter.
29
My position
go
is
to 29. So
30.
AE 29 is
And
go
how,
to.
How about a simple yes no?
That's a good idea.
Yep.
You know that.
I'm still a bit confused what the benefit is from this, so we're just using words.
Cool.
Because it's not like they can crack it or
We
anything.
can fit a lot more information into this than we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this is flags. This is all on flags, so you can't really. 25 is going to be its own flag, which could just be the location. I don't know. It's not like
it's a bit easier, and it's also a bit more fun.
There's no location 25. There is no location called 25.
sure I was saying a random number. I mean, it's just
Well, okay, so if you were trying to say, I'm Rudolph, this order is to Ninja, I would like you to
You'd have to
tell
you'd have
everybody
to
to
do
disengage.
cut out
and
all
head
that.
to-
Rudolph
but-
2 Ninja And did
When
you
you
see
when
the
when you see the document, it'll all make. When you see the document for yourself, it'll all make sense. Trust me, it'll all make sense.
I mean, it does make sense. I just don't see the benefit. That's the thing.
Because
It
we're,
makes it
we're limited
for
to
a lot
eight
logically,
more
words.
information.
logically, each piece of information is one flag, so we can put up the same amount of
I need
flags.
y'all to break up into your separate channels.
Am I red 5?
Thank you guys. Good luck.
Yep.
Good luck.
Why is-
Yeah,
Rudolph,
you're red 5.
God
yeah,
save the
Why
king.
is red 3 below me? Uh-oh. Alright, I'll see you
England
later,
expects
guys.
every man do his duty.
Yep.
Good luck,
Right,
boys.
Reg,
Godspeed.
how do we get to Reg 3?
I can send you all some good playlists for sea shanties if you need them. Hit me up. See yous.
Nice. Yeah, nice. All right. See you guys.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right. I'm taking over. We are now in our own room, which is Red 2 here, in the IKS Discord server. I want to let everyone know that if you're watching this stream, especially in the future, you can get in on these games. All you have to do is join our Discord channel, and you're in. Let's see here. I should pull up some links for you. Let's see here. Our website has everything. You can get everything now. Our website it's not completely finished, but it's mostly finished. I'll pull that up here and just let you see it. But here's the website. There's more to come. We're still working on it, but we have a lot of stuff here. We have our resources, which I'm particularly proud of. We've got books and other things here. So here's our books. You come check out all of our books and so on. These are books that we recommend for reading. In addition to books, we've got maps. Here you go. You have links to all kinds of maps, particularly in Europe. You just click these underlined links here, and you are in a portal where you can find historic maps that are suitable for Kriegsspiel. We have all of our modules up here. I click this, it takes me to all of our different modules. So if you want these games, these things that you see on our YouTube, chances are they're in here. Let's see here. We've got rules. If you want rule sets, we have the various rule sets. Most of these are for sale, like Two Fat Lardies. Here's the German version are free here. This one here is free in English. Auto system is free. My K22 system, which is designed for smaller in-person play in particular, is available at our store, which I'll show you momentarily. Yeah, you want a rule system to kind of guide you. So any of these will do. It just depends on how you prefer to play. Let's see here. We have, of course, our YouTube, which you know about because you're watching YouTube already. So there's that. We have a blog that we're going to build out with some posts. And of course, there's the podcast. So you can support us on Patreon. And if you join for $5 a month, you get the K22 rule set absolutely for free. Absolutely for free. You get this rule set. So if we go back here to the rules, you'll get this one here free. Otherwise, you can get it from our store. And it's here. It's a complete rule set. Everything's here. Let's see here. And you get the module, of course. And this is our store. Let's take a look at our store while we're here. And now's a good time to buy. Prices have to go up on the 1st because our supplier is raising them. But we do have stuff. Can you believe somebody wanted Crocs out of us? They got Crocs. Unbelievable. Already sold one. Look, 3 people have this in their cart. That's... Anyway, Crocs. But we got all kinds of cool merch, cool mugs, and other things, and so on that you can buy. They look pretty good. I'm actually drinking from one of my own right now. I'll show you, and then we're going to get right back to the game. Let's see here if I turn this on. So I've got mine right here, and you can get yours as well. So there you are. If you're going to umpire, you want the mug, right? All right, so there's that. Okay, let's turn this off. And let's go back to our game now. And I don't have any reports or any updates as of yet. But my orders are just going to be to, you know, continue sailing in the direction that I'm heading. So, all right. So I think we're off and running. They're going to come back with an update. They're going to send me a picture, and we're going to be like somewhere up here in the middle. And that's going to be what happens. They're going to run the game until we have contact, which is something you should pretty much always do in a Kriegsspiel. You don't want to give commanders who are out of contact with everything a lot of time to sit there and um, write dispatches and stuff, because it just generates work for you, because that's what commanders will do when they get bored. They'll start writing dispatches. I don't see the enemy, you know. Well, obviously, you know. Um, and they'll just start generating traffic to occupy their time. So the better thing is kind of get their route that they want to take of march or avenue of approach, whatever, and fast forward things to contact. And then once there's contact, then you move in your normal time increments. It saves you some time and some energy. I've seen some people who will do every single step, even though both opposing forces are pretty far from each other. That's just grueling. You know, that's tough. You're making it hard on yourself when you do that. All right, so now we're standing by. We're waiting for some sort of initial report, and then once I have that, I'll tell you what that is, and then we will give our orders. So we're just standing by here. It looks like the umpires now are all in the umpire room. So now it's just a matter of time for them to drop down and tell us what we need to know. The first turn should be pretty quick, because they're just moving us to contact, and then they're going to say, okay, here's your position, and you'll know there's contact even if you can't see it. Now, you can't act on that action. In Kriegsspiel, you cannot act on something that you would not know, even if you know, kind of from a metagame perspective, you know something's happening. Even if you play around the same map, because, you know, if you're playing classic traditional three-table Kriegsspiel, where the whole team is around one map, and you see, hey, there's this big battle on the other side, and they really need me there. But your avatar, your character on the map, your general, your commander, would not see or hear or have knowledge of that battle. You may not react to that. It's one of the things the umpires actually watch for. But on your honor, you should not try to act on that. You just continue with your last set of orders, and you don't interpret them differently. There are people who will say, well, there's some latitude, I can interpret them and start marching that way. No, you probably wouldn't. And again, it's up to the umpire to enforce that. But then when that order does arrive, then you can act. But until that time, you're kind of on your honor to, you know, just sit there, and it can be tough to watch. And it's tough when the game slows down. You know that there's action somewhere on the map. And here you are playing marching simulator, or in this case, sailing simulator. And you're not involved. But that's what you got to do. I have seen it where the player who does marching simulator shows up at the end and wins the battle, because they arrive like the Prussians did at Waterloo, you know. So that does happen. All right. Let's take a look here real quick. Hello to Sean. Good to see you here. Wolfton Film and Cartography. What a cool name. Hello. Do a flip, huh? Do you mean flip the table? I don't reckon I really want to do that, but I suppose I could. It's my own table. Achilles says the wind will be left to right and so on. Yeah, Achilles is reading the wind for us here. This is good. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We got the plan, so. Um, yes, Sean, we did. We had to redo everything. And there we go. Okay. All right, so that's where we're at, man. Okay, I'm ready for some breakfast. I'm telling you, it's now 9:45 a.m. on the West Coast, which is where I'm coming to you from. And I am hungry. This Kriegsspiel is Tac's first attempt at running a naval Kriegsspiel, as I understand. So there's going to be some growing pains, some teething trouble. You know, it's just natural. He's got a really good team of umpires here to help him, though, and they'll keep things moving along and they'll help him out. But this is different. This isn't the different, here's a bunch of guys with muskets who are shooting each other, roll a die. Okay, this unit falls back. This is different. So I think there's a lot more variables involved. Well, okay, you scored a hit, but what gets hit? The mast, the hull of the ship, the rigging, the crew. You got to roll more dice, slows things down. All right. You might hear some chatter in the background. I've got company over. They can wait for the game to finish. Kriegsspiel comes first. So, there you go. What is it? God, Kriegsspiel, family, job, whatever. Is that the order that it goes? I don't know. Yeah, I get to play today. I was worried I was going to have to umpire, but Tac got a good all-star team of umpires put together. But I woke up this morning. I was up late last night. I woke up and opened my eyes and was like, "Oh my gosh, what time is it?" Normally wake up pretty early, and I was like, "Well, what time is it?" I looked and it was like 7:10. So I was like, I gotta help Tac. He's probably already working because he said he's gonna be on an hour early. Brushed my teeth, got dressed, all that, hopped right on here. And then he told me the good news. He thinks he would have enough umpires and I could probably play. So now I get to play. So there you go. All right. Let's see here. Check the YouTube. All right, not much going on there. Off to a slow start, but we'll see here. Where's my Discord? There we go. Hmm. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna check in downstairs and see what the food situation looks like, right? Because I do want to eat. How can I be expected to fight England's battles on an empty stomach, right? Alright, there we go. Okay, so far no updates, no breakfast either, but there we go. Alright, so Otto is letting us know that he just posted an in-game recruitment. He'll be hosting a Napoleonic game tomorrow, and he'll also be hosting a School of the Umpire, so anybody who wants to learn his system and play in that game, join the Discord and hop into that. You don't really have to sign up in advance, but we really appreciate that you do because then we can account for you. Make sure you have a command in the order of battle. However, you can more or less just show up if you're not sure of your schedule. Still show up. You can either play or help umpire. You can assist pretty easily. And it's good to learn that. It's a great introduction to umpiring. Looks like reports are coming. Alright. So we should have our first report here momentarily. I don't know if we'll see anything, but then we'll have to make a decision. Alright, and how do you join the Discord? What if I put a Discord link in here? Oh, the umpire went away. Let's see here. Invite people. Edit invite link. Never. No limit. Generate a new link. Copy. And here you go. I'll put the Discord link. So that way you can join the Discord, and then you'll see Otto's invitation under the events or whatever. Look under the events tab or whatever it is, and the you can join the game. All right, yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll update that. Well, I thought reports were coming, but they haven't come through yet. We're probably just still moving. Umpires have to get their sea legs, you see. So that's kind of where we're at. I'm sorry it's so slow. And there we go. There's my report. Right as I was saying that. I'm on a pretty almost indistinguishable portion of the map where there is the letter N, which is right here. Okay, I've got us. So we are about like this. Alright, I think we're there. Alright. Okay. Alright. Otto, I've edited the YouTube. Okay, and I have a message. Oh my gosh, I have a message. Let's decipher the message. Where's the code book? Okay, so it's FE24A9. So that's Rudolph, that's the frigates. To E, everyone. 24, enemy spotted.
Marshall.
A9. So enemy is spotted here. Actually, let's go ahead and drop some blocks because we got blocks for the enemy, I believe. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to put enemy blocks here. Now, I don't know the size of this fleet. But I'm going to assume it's good size. Okay, it's probably their main
Hello.
fleet. Alright, so A9, and they are headed towards Cadiz. We're going to grab some yellow here, and we'll draw a little arrow. Okay, they're headed this way. Alright. AE carry on. I don't know if that's a separate message. No, it's from Carter. Carter tells everyone to carry on. AF is Carter asking what direction of sail. Okay, but anyway, they're headed towards Cadiz, so I think we know the direction of sail. Alright, we also need to start paying attention to the wind direction, so let's copy this. So let's copy this whole thing. And drop it here, just so we have it up here. And it looks like we both have some wind, but they have better wind than we do. I almost wonder if we should turn a little bit more to the north to catch them. I don't know. I think we'll certainly stay on this tack for the moment till we know more. That could just be a frigate that they've spotted up there for all we know.
Mark, you
The
there?
main fleet could be swinging to the south, and then what do we do?
Hey, Marshall, you there?
I've got a couple umpires in the room. They're not talking to me yet.
Marshall.
Oh, I don't hear them. That's why. Testing, testing.
Yeah, we hear you. Can you hear
Say
us?
something, guys. Oh, wow.
Are we having that technical difficulty again?
There we go.
Okay.
Someone say something?
Yep. Yep. Talking to you.
Yeah, but you got to talk so I can adjust. James,
I
someone
can
just
hear
say
you.
something.
Can
You
you hear
guys are
me?
fine. It's me.
Testing, 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 testing. It's all you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all me. Hey
Yep.
guys.
There you go.
Hey.
Okay, I have you.
Okay. So real quick, you can see that your frigates have turned northeast in line. There's a good chance that your directions are going to intersect here shortly.
Okay.
Are you going to slacken sail or maneuver to avoid the frigates?
Okay, so the frigates have turned north, you said?
Yep. Well, they've turned northeast. I sent you a screenshot because you can see the line of frigates.
Oh, I see that. Okay, and
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
all right.
They've turned northeast and they're kind of coming across the front of the whole fleet. So are you going to slacken sail to let them pass?
Yes.
Okay. That would be the logical thing.
Yeah.
The other option would be maneuvering, but I didn't know which one you wanted to do.
Yeah, no, we'll just slack sail because I don't know what's out there yet. I mean, I have a report, but I don't know what do they see? Do they see a fishing boat or do they see the whole fleet? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, well, now you'll probably start seeing signals from them now that you're not masked by the flagship anymore.
Precisely. So, okay, good to go.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, will do. Bye.
All right, little technical difficulty there with my headset, but all resolved, and there we go. So these guys are moving across my bow, and they've kind of cut me off, which forces me to slow down. That's not something I want to do, but we also don't want a collision, do we? And I could maneuver, but if I maneuver, that could disrupt the whole line. So let's just hang tight here. All right. While we're waiting for, there's it looks like they're still taking reports from the players or orders from the players. So now it should process quickly. Again, now things are finally moving. We've broke through the initial inertia. So this next turn should process pretty quick. Let's see. Let's take a look. My screen moves in and out sometimes because I am also scrolling in Discord, and for whatever reason, Tabletop picks that up. I have to click off Tabletop, which I don't always do. All right, we've got Rudolph posting sea shanties here in the general chat. Would love to listen to it, but I don't want to get into copyright infringement issues on YouTube, so I don't want to do that. Again, if you want to listen, just hop onto the Discord, hop into general, and you can check out all of our stuff, all of our memes, and everything else that we got going on in here. We got a lot of content, a lot of stuff to filter through. You're not going to be bored here. All right. Lead umpire is spending a lot of time with the guy running the frigates, so looks like there's either confusion or just a lot of decisions that have to be made for some reason. It's probably not an easy job. Neither of those jobs, either umpiring or running the frigates, is easy. For me, you could practically bot my commander and just say, bot my squadron and just say, just get alongside the enemy. But the frigates need to maneuver with some finesse and, sophistication, because if they don't, they won't be able to do their job. Okay, I just got a dispatch. Our commander to everyone says carry on, avoid crash with frigates. Okay. We're doing that. It's a great little system we got there. first time prototype games take time, but we did just now get a dispatch, okay, from our commander to everyone. 24, let's take a look at what 24 is. 24 is enemy spotted in C7, okay, which means they are now here. And then CRS, which is Chris, Ninja, and Rudolph. East, southeast. 29, go to position, C7, and attack. So he wants these units here. I don't know which one is Rudolph, but Ninja is my second squadron, and I guess Rudolph are to attack. He wants them to go here and attack right there. I'm going to erase that though. I really think that's going to kind of be a dated order by the time they arrive. Meanwhile, another message from the frigates to everyone. 24, enemy spotted. C4, C4 is the location. So enemy is also spotted here. Unknown heading. Okay, so we don't know where they're going. I'm going to assume they're probably heading east, but we don't know where they're going. I am curious if we need to change tack so that we can intercept like this. So I have no orders, however, as of yet. Okay, so now the ships are doing something different. Now they're doing something. Let's take a look at what they're doing. I'll show you here on the screenshot. So this is me right here at the head. I've got frigates over here, and they're headed north. And then I've got my ship here. So let's take a look now. Let's plot that on the map. Okay, so frigates. I need this. Okay. Okay, so I think I am right about here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then up a little. Basically around here. More or less. Alright, that's close enough for government work, as Tac would say. Alright, so I'm there. I'm going to erase this here.
Alright. Marshall, can you hear me?
Yes, I have you. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome, it works. So, that's what you've received.
Mm-hmm. I got it.
I have no idea what this gibberish is, aside from attack.
Uh-huh.
And
I can decipher it for you if you want.
it's alright. You can decipher it for the listeners. I don't need to know what it is. I just need to know what your orders are. You are now, the column of frigates is now just getting out of your way.
Alright, return to
So you
full
hit-
sail.
Return to full sail, same course.
Yep. Yes.
Alright.
Thank you.
Will do.
Okay. Alright, so that was very simple. Go back to full sail, so we're going to accelerate again. And we should be spotting some of these guys ourselves. If the frigates see them and the frigates are pretty close, we should see them pretty, like, now or on the next turn. So I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to break away from the machine for a few. I do need to eat something, so I'll have my headset on in case anyone pops in, but I don't expect any activity for the next, maybe 10 minutes or so. So I'll step away and we'll stand by. So I'll leave the screen up here and we will see what happens next. All right, checking back in. Still nothing, but I'll be back on in about 3 or 4 minutes. All right, I am back. Let's check the YouTube. All right, nothing new on the YouTube. Sorry if this is going slow. Again, it's one of those. As the umpires kind of sort things, it'll move a little faster. The system probably needs to be run a few times to get up to speed. Nobody should be discouraged if in their first games their turns run long. I would imagine even Reeswitz, senior and junior alike, played games where turns probably took an hour to resolve because they were still working through everything. It's not abnormal or unusual. It's a thing that happens, and one of the things we have to do here in the IKS is give people an opportunity and a forum to test these systems, because that's how you get new things. That's how things get better, and you perfect systems. So we do tell people, if something's new, and the umpires might not know it, so you know what to expect. This was certainly one of those events. Other games, like the ones that Auto runs, or the ones that myself runs, if we're running established systems, they tend to go pretty quick. Um, Auto in particular has a good record for speed. K22 is designed for speed if we run it correctly. But it's also designed for smaller games, smaller scales. It's really intended for 2 or 3 people sitting in a study or a basement or a garage or somewhere playing a game. Works really, really well for that. Let's see here. Okay, Otto wants me to make the link clickable. Good to see you're still here. Let's see here. It's not clickable if we don't put the www or the .org. Okay, well, yes, colon, and let me I think there should be, is there 2 slashes? Yes, there are. I typed it right the first time. There we go, save. Alright, so I've updated that auto to make the kriegsspiel.org link clickable. So that should work. Thank you, Otto. I appreciate that. As you can tell, I'm not the smartest or most clever fellow, but I am industrious, which helps. So, Otto's working on tomorrow's module, he says. So, again, remember, join the Discord and get in on that game. Hopefully, there'll be a live stream of it. Heck, maybe I'll even play or umpire, depending on what my schedule's like tomorrow. I have to see how it lines up with Coffee Kegs and Kriegsspiel. Okay, we got a new report. So here is where we're at. So it looks like the main body has turned left, whereas I'm still going straight, but I do have eyes on what looks like it could be a frigate out there. So let's actually close that out. Let's start plotting all this. So the frigates are in a line, and they are roughly around here. They're about there. More like that. Okay. I am here, just about right there. Close enough. And these ships apparently are right here. A little further south of that. Okay. Thought they were turning already. Alright, that's what we got. But then we got baddies up here somewhere. And we don't know much about them. I think it's a frigate that I see. So I'm going to go ahead and plot that since I have a good look at him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's about 1. So he's about here. Alright, that's what we got. Alright, I've got a signal. A, which is everyone. B and D, which is myself and Ninja, who is the squadron behind me. C4 attack. Okay. So I am to go here and attack. Okay, Carter to Chris follow me. A to E27. Combat sail. Okay. Frigates to everyone, 24 at C4. Enemy spotted at C4, and he is engaging. So that's here. So I guess the frigates want to go up here as well. Alright, so that may be the case.
All right, Marshall.
Erase that terrible arrow I drew. So what I need to do is adjust my course left about 45 degrees, go to combat sail.
Marshall, can you hear me?
Actually, I could probably stay at full sail for one more turn.
Marshall, can you hear me?
Oh man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead and talk.
Okay. All right. So, yep, as you can see the head of a column of ships coming in. You can hear significant cannon fire to your west, and you can even see, as you're kind of edging past Victory's line of sight, you can even see the smoke from guns firing far out to your west. And you can also see, obviously, that the frigates are beginning to engage whatever it is in front. So, based on the rules of the road for fleets at sea, it's probably a frigate in the head of that column.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're telling me is that there's action to my west or southwest?
There's action to your kind of west-southwest
Okay.
that just started.
Okay. All right. I am going to remain at full sail despite an order to go to combat sail. I'm going to remain full sail for another turn. I'm going to make a turn to the left about 45 degrees.
Okay.
Maybe not even that much. I'm kind of wondering. I don't have a compass here, so I'm already.
You just want to make a turn about a point to the west, just a little bit to the west.
Yes, that's right. 1 point to the left.
Okay.
1 compass point. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Bye bye. All right. Okay. Yeah, that should work. Tacking a little bit more to the left there. Should be in good shape. And then we'll catch that column, and then we'll turn to the right. Maybe even turn to the right before they catch up to us. Otto asks if I have any ideas for Napoleonic battle scenarios. Um, I need to think on that. I'm not as familiar with Napoleonic. I'm way more familiar with American Civil War, obviously. Um, however, most Napoleonic scenarios involve one big force and two smaller forces that if the two smaller forces combine, they will outnumber the big force and defeat them. But there's always a window for the big force to defeat the small force in detail if they scout and coordinate and maneuver their forces correctly. If they mess up any of those things, if they don't scout, if they don't maneuver correctly or in a coordinated fashion, if they don't take advantage of the terrain, they miss their opportunity and then they get defeated in turn by the larger united force. I think that would be an interesting scenario. You know, it's very textbook, and I would put the most experienced commander in the big attacking force with the lesser experienced commanders in the smaller force, but let them know, hey, you have to kind of meet up around this area. So it's very hard for them to get that part wrong. And the test is on the commander commanding the main force. So, and Achilles asks Otto what size or scale. Um, Typically, Otto in his system, he plays with blocks being, I believe, brigades, or but they're I think they're brigades. I can't remember. But they're you're playing division level. It's divisions versus divisions. So something like K-22, it's brigade versus brigade. It's smaller scale. But yeah, Otto is the next scale up. And you may even have a corps commander out there, I think. But typically it's divisions versus divisions. He can answer for himself, though. Cool little system. It's different. However, we do a number of things alike in our two systems, which is really cool because both systems were developed independently of each other. And I went for a smaller, more Reeswitz type scale. Otto went for kind of a bigger scale, which is what the IKS has been doing traditionally for a long time. And we've taken similar approaches to similar problems, which shows that we're thinking along the right lines, I suppose. But we do certain things differently. And yeah, it's just interesting what we each chose to kind of emphasize, what we each think is important in the combat that needs to be brought out for study. It's really cool, and I really think people should learn both systems because they aren't direct competitors. Otto and I jostle for open Saturdays maybe, but not really. But they're different scales, and they both do what they're supposed to do beautifully. So. Otto says the usual scale for my games, flexible with several players commanding a brigade each, usually ranging from a division to a corps versus each other in total. Whatever ideas you have are cool. And Achilles throws a couple of suggestions out there. They're specific. Otto says, I'm not a fan of basing my games on real life battles. It lets the players know the order of battle quite accurately and easily, for example. And I agree with you right there. Otto and I absolutely agree on that. You don't want to use historical orders of battle or historical battles because players tend to play on rails, like a train on rails. They just do what was historically done. Also important, and this is something I need to point this out to James, who recently became a master umpire. He had this beautiful map of New York, New Jersey, and the area. He ran a American Revolution game, and in that game, he had this beautiful map, but there were locations on the map where units and stuff were historically positioned. and it wasn't practical for him to go through and clean all that up. There were so many markings on the map, so he's not at fault in any way. But when practical, if you have a battlefield map and it has units marked on it, you need to erase those if you can, because again, you don't want that to inform the player's decisions. Where I have played battles on those maps, though, the good news is I have not seen players conform to historic positions. They kind of do their own things, which is a relief. But yeah, it's just better to just kind of delete all that and let them work it out for themselves rather than basing their decisions on historic knowledge of what happened at the actual battles. The other reason like you don't want to use historic orders of battle and stuff is you're going to have that player in the game who's an expert on that particular battle or warfare or whatever. They're going to tell you that you're wrong. And they're going to be right because you as an umpire are going to be wrong because you probably weren't thinking about that. And they're just going to give you grief. And it doesn't pay. It doesn't pay to put up with that. So the way to avoid that unpleasantness is just we're not, it's a fictional battle. It's informed or inspired by history, but really the circumstances are different and unique, and you just have to work things out for yourselves. What you should do is you take a historic problem, like, here is, like I suggested in my battle plan, is you have the big blob of an army and you have the two smaller corps that if they link up, they can defeat the bigger army, but they have to link up. And whether or not they link up is really in the hands of the big army, and whether or not they scout and maneuver in position and coordinate correctly. And stuff like that is informed by history. We can point to examples in history where that actually happened, but yeah, we don't want to duplicate the history. It's just better that way. All right, I'm going to turn my face off here. Get out of here. Boom. All right. And let's see. Okay, still nothing from the umpires here. Let's take a look at the YouTube again. Otto says there might be some aspects in that battle you mentioned, for example, though, that I could adapt. I don't want to say the name of the battle because I can't pronounce it, but I'm going to try it anyway. I don't want to. Gutstadt? Gutstadt? Good state? Is that what that means? I don't know. Achilles says use them for guidelines and change them up. I think that would work. Otto says definitely. And yeah, that's how you can do it. Yeah. Achilles says Davout's problem in 1809 of trying to escape and running into the Austrians is fascinating for the Regensburg one, which was another one he suggested, 1809. So, all right. Well, Otto will work it out. He's a creative fellow, and I've always found, like with K22, I just pick a spot on a map and I come up with some kind of what we call a MacGuffin, which is a plot device to move a plot along, like in a show or a movie or whatever. I'll just say, look, here's an arsenal, here's a position, whatever, here's a crossroads, you have to capture it or take it. And both sides then naturally gravitate towards that position and encounter each other and have their fight. So, and I kind of like doing that. It puts a lot of stuff on the players. The more you set piece a battle, you pre-position everything and say, okay, now you're already in sight fight. The more the players can blame the umpire and the scenario design for any of their foibles or failures. So again, you want to avoid that. You don't want to get between the players and the outcome if you can avoid it. You want to minimize that. You want things to be objective and player-based as possible so that the players can't blame you, because people get their egos caught up in this stuff. You want to mind that. You want people to have a good experience. You want them to come back and keep playing. You want them to have fun, which is why we're doing this. So all those things are important. All right, so the game is slowed down again, as expected, because when you have combat, there's a lot of work to do. And this is a new combat system, so the umpires have to work through it. So it's just one of those things, guys. We're going to be here for at least another hour or two. We'll all probably get one or two rounds of combat, and then they'll call it. But we'll probably wait until Ninja gets involved, and he's behind me. So I might see 3 or 4 rounds, I would expect. Unless something catastrophic happens, like maybe we've been absolutely outsmarted or outmaneuvered or something. But beyond that, I think we got a little ways to go. Makes me want to do a naval Kriegsspiel. But I have to get my own system right before I start worrying about doing other things. It's a common temptation for umpires to start other projects without finishing the first one, and you know, oh, here's it's a common thing, right? We've all seen it, in our hobbies and other things. We take one hobby up, then we set it aside and take up something else. So that happens a lot. It's killer. It's destructive. So yeah, you really do have to stick to something until it's finished before moving on to the next thing. And that can be hard. It's tempting. It's tempting to say, oh, hey, I can run a cool Aegis sail. Let's do it like this. And, I can do it with fewer die rolls, and I can do it this way. Yeah, probably can. But what about that project you've been working on? You need to finish that. So don't leave people hanging. All right. Achilles says, well, the typical Napoleonic naval battle is hours of the sailing around, and then the British win. Yeah. One of the big problems that we get into um, with any Kriegsspiel is that we have limited time in which to play. Nobody has all day. Our players in Europe, it's already evening there. It's nighttime. And they've got to go to bed. I'm up. It's Saturday morning. It's now 11 a.m. I've been on since a little after 7 this morning, and I started the live stream, at 9? So the live stream's been running for a couple hours, not quite, less than. Maybe an hour and a half on the live stream, because we took a long time to prep, and I didn't record that. But anyway, you've got limited time to play, which means you're only going to get through so many turns. And every layer of complexity that you add to your scenario, even though perhaps it is more historic or more accurate, it's more bookkeeping, more work you have to do, and it makes the game run longer. And the end result is you lose turns off the end of the game. So you can have that added level of minutia, but now you're going to have fewer turns that you're going to get to play. So you have to choose. Do I want to resolve the battle to a solid conclusion, or do I want to model, the effect of these types of guns and these different types of shot and all of this other stuff? What is important to you as a lead umpire, as a game master, whatever you want to call it? What is important to you in the Kriegsspiel, and what is important to your players? You kind of have to have a sense of that when making some of these decisions. The less detail you have, the faster the game will run and the more turns you'll get through. So you'll actually get to a conclusion, which is great. So if the lesson is something about maneuver, I want to teach you the importance of scouting and maneuver and coming into contact with the enemy, choosing the point of attack, things like that. you don't need a whole lot of detail to illustrate that lesson. On the other hand, if you want to say, hey, you're in battle, but you have to make some critical choices. Where do you position the artillery? What do you fire on? Do you do counter battery fire? Do you fire on maneuver elements? Things like that. You might want to model more of the minutia and less of the maneuver. You might even start the units closer to each other. And it's okay then in that case you only play 4 or 5 or 6 turns of a game, because in that time you have illustrated what you want to instruct or share or challenge. The players have either passed or failed the challenge by that time. And okay, that's fine too. But you have to understand, you're not going to have the glorious maneuver to contact, all of the scouting that goes on, and of course, you're probably not going to fight the battle to the bitter end. So it's a trade-off. You just have to pick what's more important. All right, we are on turn 7 technically, even though I don't think it's turn 7 for me, but we had a number of turns where I didn't see anything. And it looks like we're shooting. Alright, so we got some small ships out here and some bigger ships here. And I don't know who's shooting at what, but we're out here.
Well, good thing I know who's shooting at what.
Yeah, and I don't see Ninja. I don't see him.
Okay, so last you saw Ninja, he was slackening sail while you continued on just a little further before slackening sail. So he's a little behind you.
Yeah, I wanted to be at speed to catch him and then go to combat sail later.
Yeah.
All right.
So things that obviously from the screenshot, you're taking fire from that ship of the line. The frigate squadron's engaging probably the frigates in that same little line there. That's a mixed line of the Spanish. The frigates are being gentlemanly and following protocol, and they are not firing on you. However, and you're actually firing on a ship of the line that's shooting at HMS Victory because it's at extreme range. You're firing you fired a couple of extreme range broadsides. No idea if you had any effect.
Where's that target relative to me? Is it to my southwest or is it the one to my north?
You can what you see in the very bottom of your screenshot. You see that British ship? That's Victory.
Yep, that's what I figured.
That's Victory. So there's a ship down there to the southwest.
Okay.
That you basically anytime your ship has a valid target, it's going to fire on it.
Okay.
So you open fire on that, and the frigates following that ship open fire on your line. So the other ships of your line that had sight of those frigates they had been leaving alone are now shooting at them because now they're fair game.
Okay, yeah, we will not fire on the enemy frigates. We will target that ship of the line that's in front of me.
Okay, so you want to come off of firing on the enemy frigates, even though they fired on your ships.
No, you can continue firing on those. They're valid targets. I'm talking about the ones up top in the northwest.
Gotcha. As long as they maintain protocol, you maintain protocol.
Precisely. Okay.
Okay.
And otherwise, let's go 1 point to the east back, and go to combat sail now. Is the enemy at combat sail? Do we know?
No, they've still got pretty good sail out.
All right, stay at full sail.
Stay at full sail.
Yeah, stay at full sail because we got to catch them.
And you want to turn 1 point to the east, so you want to head back due north, basically.
Yes. Actually, let's maintain this tack for one more turn.
Okay.
Let's not change direction. I know that opens me up to that ship of the line, but he's got his big ships coming. And if I turn north, I'll be too far out of position to smash those. Whereas those frigates don't matter if they don't fire.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
All right, so I made a decision but changed my mind there. Because my main objective are these guys over here on the left. This is not my real objective. These guys don't matter. These guys do. if I can knock down whatever ship that is, then we're in good shape. But if I turn to the north, I give up the opportunity to intercept these guys. So let me take a look now. Let me go back to the map here. Check the YouTube real fast to see if any of you guys are shouting at me. Yeah, okay. Some good commentary between Otto and Achilles, which I'll share, but not related to this particular game. So let's stay on this track here. So what I've got here is I've got frigates. 1, 2, 3. And then I have a ship of the line here. And this ship of the line is shooting at me, but the frigates are being well behaved. And they are not engaging me. So they are not targets as far as I'm concerned. I'm not here to just sink ships. I'm here to accomplish a bigger objective. And sometimes that means we don't go hog wild. And it looks to me like their position is right around here, based on the screenshot. And my position is right about here. I wonder if I'm a little bit more like that. I'm actually right here to be more precise. Let's clean up the map a bit. I don't think they had erasers so much, but I do. And I'm going to use it. Is that cheating? I don't know. Alright. And the frigates are up here. And they're doing frigate things, so they are firing. Which I'm not happy to see that, but you know, I really don't want more frigates shooting at me in return, but it is what it is. Victory, somewhere around here. This is almost contradictory to previous screenshots. Alright, and then these squadrons are, I'm not sure where they're at. Just going to put that there, and then Ninja is supposed to be behind me, but he's going to be slower. He went to battle sail too soon. Oh, why can't I erase this? Is it in the air? Can you erase it from here? No, I don't know. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. So that's kind of the situation. And then we got the baddie. The big baddie is right about here. And the big baddie, I think, is followed by 2 ships of the line. So let's copy that. And put that there. And there's probably more behind them. Alright, so this is the situation. I haven't been told that the wind has changed. So we will continue on this track. We are going to be turning, though. I think he's going to be moving faster than me. So he's going to come somewhere out like this. And then I'll be making a sharper turn. And then we'll see if we can cross this T. We'll see what we can do there. I hope I made the right call by remaining on course for one more turn, but we'll see. I actually don't know what the time increment is. Is it 5 minutes? 15? I think it's like 5. The worst case, though, is I don't get to cross the T, and instead what I do is I end up broadside to him, which I can't be faulted for that. That's what I was told to do. All right. Let's see here. Take a look at the comments. Otto says a good motivator for me to keep my game going is the fact that I am in so many seemingly dead play-by-post games. Yeah, it's a thing, and that's why the IKS server and the IKS branding, if you will, is important. It's kind of a quality control thing. Um, we kind of have this unspoken or unwritten pledge that our games will finish. If you're an IKS master umpire and you run an IKS server, we want people to know that those games run and they finish. They are not something that gets abandoned. They're typically run by teams of umpires. There's a lot of people out there who've started their own servers, which I think is fantastic. That's why I created this organization to begin with. I wanted to play. I was tired of umpiring. I wanted to make as many umpires out there as I could so there would be plenty of games for me to choose and play. It's worked out absolutely beautifully. The problem is quality control. We get a lot of people who come in, they're brand new, and they're like, well, I want to do this. And they have a cool idea, and then they kind of run off half-cocked because they don't have the requisite experience. I learned how to run and do Kriegsspiel over many years of hard experience. It's not something you walk in and see how it works in general, and then you run out and run your own campaign and pull it off successfully. If you don't have the homework done to learn how to umpire properly and how to run a campaign and all that, you're going to be answering a lot of questions on your own. And if you're smart, you'll ask for help, and we'll help you, and we'll get you out of the weeds. But a lot of times players get bored, the umpires get bored, they move on to other things, and that happens. Um, but it's a rough experience for the players who've emotionally invested themselves in the game, and then it just kind of falls apart. That's too bad. So that's why the whole IKS thing matters. The IKS is, we're not going to be the only Kriegsspiel group or server out there. The idea is, though, that we are the gold standard for Kriegsspiel, and everybody comes to us. We're kind of like the Vatican City of Kriegsspiel, maybe. So there you have it. All right, let's take a look. Otto says he's been hosting School of the Umpire lessons before the games, posting the briefings in the channels beforehand, and making a save in the umpire table with everything ready. It really helps. And you're right, Otto, that does help. I'll ask you a question even though I know the answer. How do you handle Otto when the number of players is different from what you've prepared? What if you have too many players or too few players for the order of battle that you've already set up on the table? I'll let Otto answer that. I know the answer, but I'm just going to let him speak. Uh, he is he's going to probably be our next master umpire. He's very well experienced, and he can answer these questions and help you guys out. So I'll let him do that. Let's see here. Achilles says Otto is a big proponent of the idea that preparation makes everything easier. Philosophy I agree with very strongly. Yeah, in everything I've learned, it's that battles are typically decided before the first shots are even fired. It's very rare that a battle is decided by the actual combat. Typically, they're decided by bigger factors where one side has already maneuvered or outmaneuvered the opponent. It's kind of like Sun Tzu's principle where he says the great general first seeks victory, then seeks battle. And if you've done that correctly, which is done through preparation, yeah, you can expect victory. Achilles says you might want to signal back to Ninja what you see, or he may not see how it is playing out ahead of him. You might want to make a turn to the north to get ahead of the enemy since he's behind you anyway. Those are good ideas, Achilles, but I can't use them because, number one, I didn't think of them. You did. And I think they're brilliant, but I'm not going to change what I've already done based on that. We could always say you are a lieutenant, or as they say in the British, a lieutenant or whatever, who has advised me of this, and I can maybe do it next turn, but yeah, I'm not going to change the orders I've already given, or send another signal. To me, it feels almost like cheating if I do that. I'm getting professional help. But I also tell people, and I don't mind, by the way, if players have a committee or a cloud of hangers-on who are around them and playing the game. It's happened a few times where you have 2 or 3 people in a room. They're kind of playing collaboratively. Um, that's okay because most commanding officers would have a staff, and the staff might point things out to them. So for me to act on what Achilles has just told me would not necessarily be cheating or dishonest. However, I just want to be absolutely fair, and I'll postpone acting on that advice until the next turn. In fact, at this point, it's probably too late. So we call them a staff. Yeah, that's what Achilles says. We call them a staff. All right. Yeah. Achilles and Otto both, by the way, are veterans. They've both served in their respective militaries. I am myself a veteran of the Kola Wars. Very hard fought, bitter, bitter conflict I remember from a young age. Um, I'll tell people I was in the sexual revolution as a child, but I was captured early and spent the duration doing dishes. Uh, then I was in the Cola Wars and then the Cupcake Wars. But that's the limit of my military experience. But that's okay. My brother was in the Marine Corps, so yep, Coke did win the Cola Wars. Absolutely, even though Pepsi won the Pepsi Challenge, right? Coke won, which shows the value of marketing and branding. You know, yeah, isn't that something? And they even had that whole debacle with New Coke. Oh my gosh, I was in high school. I think I was like in my senior year, so it was early '90s, I think. I was in high school when New Coke came out, and everybody went nuts. So, like, people were legitimately angry that Coke had changed its formula. Pepsi had come out with the Pepsi Challenge, blind taste test between Coke and Pepsi. People were choosing Pepsi because it was sweeter, and so Coke came out with a sweeter variation, trying to compete with Pepsi. Oh, people came unhinged. So then they came back with Coke Classic. They had to go back. And so there you have it. But I mean, what Pepsi had all of those stars, Achilles. You remember that they had Michael Jackson and Michael J. Fox and a few other celebrities. I remember that. Yeah, Michael Jackson was Pepsi's big spokesperson. Their heavy hitter. Anyway, the Cola Wars. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Coke won. I'm privileged, of course, to be able to go to college and learn these things without having to serve in the military because of people like Achilles and my brother, who in the United States have joined and taken up that responsibility so that many of us would not have to, and I am deeply appreciative for that fact. Achilles says, I want to know how many battles have been lost because soldiers kept putting their hands in their pockets. It's a huge military problem. Well, if they have things to do, they probably won't put their hands in their pockets, but yeah. Oh my, that's a good one. All right. In the IKS, we have a private channel called Scions of Mars, and it's exclusive for veterans. Even I don't go in there. Um, and anybody who served can be in that channel, and you guys just talk. It's your own rules in there. I'm not gonna bother. Um, you know, but I want you guys to have that space. So anybody who is a veteran who is in the IKS, let me know. I'll add you to the Science of Mars channel. As far as I know, it hasn't been used in a long time, but it is a place, a safe place where veterans only can meet and talk and have their own conversations or run their own threaded conversations, whatever they want to do, if desired. So it's been used a little bit, especially in the earlier days of the IKS. I think it's been dead for a while, but we still have it. And I just want to make people aware that we have it. And again, if you've served in any nation's military, any kind of military service, no, the Cola Wars do not count, guys. Absolutely welcome to hang out there and talk with fellow military folks. You folks have done something that's unique that nobody else has done. It's its own thing. Unless you served, I'm sure you're not going to understand. So, I went to college. I wouldn't expect a person who hasn't gone to college to really understand college, university life, dorm life. They're not going to understand that. So, same thing with this. Anyway. Man, we've had time to talk about a lot of subjects today, haven't we? Scenario design, Kriegsspiel stuff. I tell you, if you watch these live streams, we drop gems of knowledge all the time. At least I do. I like narrating. I don't like you to have to sit there and listen in silence, although sometimes there's just nothing to say and I'm just rambling. But yeah, I like to narrate things and let you know what's going on in my head as I make my decisions. And you can agree with them or disagree, and I think it's valid to do both. But I like to explain what I'm thinking. And I know other people who've played the games, they'll watch these live streams afterwards. And they learn how I'm thinking through a problem. And yeah, there's certain deficiencies in my thinking, right? Not really considering the guy behind me, who I've just said, just follow me. That's a shortcoming in my tactical mindset and my thinking. And it's cool to be aware of that, to know, hey, wait a minute, I made an error, And that's why you play Kriegsspiel, right? Or any game really, is you want to get better at it. So the way you get better at it is recognizing when you make a mistake. So there you have it. So I appreciate that. As the Bible says, the wise man loves correction. So there you have it. All right, let's turn that off. Get my face off there. The number 3 hastily scrawled on the map. You can look at that instead. You might prefer it. You guys are great. I'm going to move these pieces off so they don't confuse anybody. People are going to be like, well, what are those? Well, those are just pieces I have out for duplication. Look, there's smoke here. Is it? Is it? That's interesting. Anyway, there's all this smoke here. Especially here. Everything's shooting at everything else. Copy. I'm shooting. He's shooting. They're shooting. All that smoke. Just for fun. Alright, Achilles says, I have 22 pages of notes from watching you think through problems, just in case I ever face you across the table. Wow. Oh my lord. Well, I'd be interesting to see those notes. All right. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I mean, yeah, you got me. Um, yeah, I just think it's cool to give people that insight. And yeah, if I face you, or I've played against Tac here, I played the Chancellorsville against him, where I was Lee and he was Hooker or whomever. And I kind of had a good read on him. I expected him to do some crazy things and, try a number of things. For the most part, he behaved predictably, but he still defeated me. So I don't want to be the guy who blames all the subordinates, but I got some reports from the front that suggested to me we weren't doing so well. So I made a pretty big strategic decision when, in hindsight, in the debrief, I was told, actually, you were doing fine. But you know, and the reason why my subordinates sent those reports is kind of an odd coincidence, but by coincidence, at every location where they were fighting, their narrow view was that they were losing or that they were having a really tough time. When around them, we were having a lot more success. But that narrow view for each of my subordinates, where they correctly said, hey, we're having a tough time here, and the collective weight of those dispatches coming back to me at headquarters caused me to say, okay, we just have to fall back. We have to fall back to this defensive position and hold on here. We can't win here. When the objective situation in reality was we were doing a lot better than any of us realized. So it's not really an error. Everybody did the right thing based on the information they had. The problem is that the information we had was misleading. It was incomplete. So, anyway. All right, Achilles. I got your number, man. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do a campaign. We're going to go head to head, mano a mano. You and I. We'll find someone to run it, but it's on. Achilles says it comes down to jingle a shiny object and watch him chase. Just kidding, sort of. Yeah, we'll see. But see, now that I know that you know that I know. Oh boy. Now it's 23 pages. He forgot the summary and appendix. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, he's probably got me diagnosed like my daughter who's been studying criminal psychology. Oh man, I'm probably diagnosed. Well, if I am found to be sane, I would be shocked. And Achilles, you too. I'm beginning to wonder about you, man. All right. You look forward to that contest. Well, so do I. We'll just have to find someone to umpire it. You know, two-player K22 exists. We can do K22 with 2 players. Don't need an umpire. The modification is you type your orders and then you resolve everything together. Which, if you're playing Kriegsspiel with the right spirit, not a problem, because it's not really about being super competitive. It's about solving problems and such and having fun. Really, I even write that in the notes. Have fun. If you don't like a rule or something, change it, but have fun. And if you're going to get hung up on something, you just play something else. If you're going to be over competitive, play something else. This isn't the game for you. So, all right, Achilles has to go. Has to watch the rest later. Good luck, sir. So now I can really tell you what I think about Achilles. All right. Have a good day, Achilles. Yeah, this has not been the world's most exciting engagement, so I understand that our views are going to be limited by this time. try to reward those people who stick around with gems or pearls of my wisdom, which take them for what they're worth. Might be able to buy a pack of gum. All right. Let's check the social media, see what's going on in the rest of the world. All right. Not much. Okay. We have another screenshot. Let's take a look. Got some dice out there. I don't know what the dice mean. We're shooting at something. And look, the bad guys have turned to the north. They're turning, which is great. I think that works to our advantage. It works really well to our advantage. All right, so let's go ahead and update the screen. Let's see here. I don't see frigates. My screenshot's not big enough. What I do see is that I am now 1, 2, 3, and then down 1. So I'm right about there now. And everyone is kung fu fighting, man. And there's lots of smoke. I don't see the victory any longer. These characters, oh man. Oh, they're up here now. No. Oh, you know what? They're right here. Like right about there. That's close enough. And then we got these guys who are right around there. Alright, that's what we're dealing with. Well, now we have to turn. So as to avoid getting our T crossed. Alright, my headset just dipped out. Let me check the OBS to make sure. Yep, it looks like I'm still broadcasting. We're good. Alright. Alright, let's wait for my report, which will be coming next. We're going to turn north. Turn north at full sail. cross that T now. I know they, battle sail, but I really want to get out in front of them.
Marshall.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're continuing to take fire. You've taken some pretty good raking hits from that broadside
Hmm.
that one ship that's trading broadsides. The frigates are staying in line with that ship, but they are maintaining gentlemanly behavior and not firing on you.
Okay.
Your ships are still opening fire past Victory at the ships that are shooting at Victory, and you can see a lot of smoke rising from Victory herself.
Mm. All right. Well, we'll say a prayer for the Victory and her commander and crew. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and turn a point to the north.
All
Maintain
right.
full sail. What condition are my sails in?
Your sails haven't taken any hits yet.
Maintain full sail. Turn north. We'll worry about
All right.
battle sail once we get up ahead of them. The intention is to cross their T at some point, or at least go broadside with them. We won't fire on the frigates. We'll be gentlemen as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Will do.
All right. So now, hopefully, with a little bit better wind and with full sails, we can get a little bit more parity with these guys. And we'll be able to fire a little more on that third rate there and score some hits. Um, really, though, I want to cut these guys off now. And we're at that point where we got to cut these guys off. I'm concerned that the Victory is in trouble. All right, let's get my code book and let's go ahead and signal to Ninja a little. What do you want to say? You want to say B2D. All right, that'll be my signal. B to D follow 25, which means Marshall to Ninja follow me at full sail. Where is Ninja? He's not in the room. Oh no, did he drop out? Mm. Yeah, red 4's not here. Could be a technical issue. Might have had to go. All right, still standing by. Nothing on the YouTube. So, standing by. Hmm. I think my second division commander dropped out. I haven't seen Ninja come back. I think he may have had to go. It's probably evening or nighttime now in Europe where he's located. I think he's in Switzerland. That means I have one less human behind me. They've probably botted him though, so he'll follow my orders. All right. Couple more turns, I'm sure. Still no progress. There's probably a lot of combat going on somewhere. So we just have to stand by. We do get a report. It should be rather compelling. Hopefully, I haven't taken any catastrophic hits or anything. But we'll see. We've taken some raking fires, so they're shooting across our deck, probably targeting our masts. But I don't think that we're close enough to really be too picky about what we're shooting at. Especially just naval gunnery in general, you got to be pretty close to hit anything in the first place. Furthermore, kind of pick a target and really go at it. Alright, there's a new report. Let's take a look. The frigates are doing a lot of work. They're crossing that T. Let's take a look. Put it up here for you. So, yeah, I don't know. I almost wish the frigates weren't doing what they were doing. But the rules of gentlemanly warfare, well, in time of war, laws are silent, aren't they? Anyway, frigates can fire on frigates, though, so we'll see. I mean, they're not expected to just stand there. Looks like the Matilde has been hit, and the San Pablo probably, or somebody's going to have to give way. So I think if I continue on my current tack, I should be able to cross the T here. So, of course, me being me, I'll probably do something absolutely disastrous at the last moment. So let's see, that's possible too, likely even. All right, so I am now up here. Right about there, more or less. Maybe a little further back. Yeah, I'm right about there. That's pretty darn close. No idea on Ninja or the other stuff. These frigates are now around here, more or less. Let's drop them before they get really wonky on me. You have some of these big modules, they can be really weird, really hard to use. All right, so they're like that, somewhat, sort of. And then these guys are. This picture suggests that they're. Okay, I see it. They're right about here now. They're right about there. They're between the two, so they're a little further south, which is better for me. Right about there. All right, now let's just get that out of the way. This fog is fun, but it's also interfering with doing the map. Okay, so they're like that. And then there's another formation that's kind of like that. Right around there, something like that, or sort of. All right, in any case, we're going to continue. And I hope the frigates give way to us because we got more guns. We're bigger. This screenshot doesn't look the same, but I think it was also taken at an angle. And he's more like this, I think. And he's closer. He's more compact. Like that. There we go. That's pretty close.
All right.
Hey.
So you're starting to trade broadsides. You're trading broadsides with the San Pablo.
I don't know who the San Pablo is.
That's that
Third rate?
ship of the line. That third rate sandwich between the frigates.
Okay.
You did watch a mast come down on one of those on the lead frigate in that formation, so it's probably going to cause some chaos. The return fire you're taking, though, was very brutal. In fact, splinters and cannonballs came basically by your head.
Okay.
So it was a very hot fight, and your men of the decks are running red at the moment.
Okay. How's my wig? Is my wig okay? Do I look good?
Yeah, your wig's okay.
Okay, so as long as I look good. God, I need a painter on the deck quick. I want to continue sailing on this tack, although the goal is to cross the T of these two columns. So at some point, I know we're going to have to make a turn to the left. I don't know if it would be this turn or next turn, just kind of how it plays out. So what I want to do is articulate that intent to you and then leave it to the umpires to kind of make that happen. So I would be communicating to my pilot or, the helmsman and say, we want to cross that T. We'll probably go to battle sails once we begin or once we cross that first T where that frigate is.
Okay.
And we'll remain at battle sails as we cross the T of the first rate behind it if we can do so.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to cross the T of both, fire on that third rate, and then, of course, as the first rate behind it comes into view, switch fire.
All right.
Thank
Will
you.
do.
All right. So the good news here is that my wig is okay. I look good on deck. I was a little concerned about that with all those splinters and everything, but since I look good, I think we're fine. And we're going to try to cross the T here. And I think that'll probably be the last one or two turns of this game, just judging based on time and the fact that, yeah, we have executed a pretty strong maneuver. against the enemy. Now the question is, having crossed the T, are we able to turn back to the right? And yeah, I think we have enough space to turn back to the right so we don't worry about going into irons. So it was kind of a complex order. You know, turn left, cross the T, go to battle sails, fire on this, then shift fire on that. So that order was a little complicated. That would be pushing it if you gave me an order like that, but we'll see. But I don't think it's unreasonable. So over the 5-minute turn, that would be what I would be doing. So we'll see what happens. Oops, sorry. Get my eyeglasses chain hung up on the mic. So if that's the case, I would expect this to wrap up in the next hour here. We're going to probably run this one more turn and then they'll pull us all up. If we get another turn after this, I'd be a little surprised, but I think we're at the end of it. And I imagine, I don't know, if the HMS Victory is going to the bottom, I don't know if we'll be able to claim a victory of our own unless I can get out in front of that Spanish first rate and really pound it. I'm going to need some lucky shots. Alright, so we're going to try to cross that Spanish T. We'll see what happens. They might have the advantage of the wind, though. But if we're at full sail so far and they're at battle sail, we might have more sail. So this could get ugly pretty quick. Going broadsides with the frigates in the way. I might have to send those frigates down. If the frigates get in the way, then I'm going to say, you know what, they're combatants. They're blocking the fire, and we're just going to splash them. So, alright, I've just typed in an added order. I don't know if that will be read or interpreted. But he should see that I'm lit up, which means that I've typed something in. Sink them if they do. Yep. So in the event that I continue forward and then these frigates also turn north and get in the way, we'll sink those frigates. We're not just gonna abide them. So we'll destroy a Spanish squadron at least, which is probably not the best exchange for the victory, but it's a trade-off. You know, we'll have a little bit more in the balance pan. Really want to crack at that Spanish first rate, though. All right. Red 4 never came back. I think they botted him. So if I communicate to Ninja, I would go B to D. Yeah, it probably won't let me get that order in, but yeah, I am sending Ninja to the east northeast to kind of cut off the enemy and cross their T. So I at least want that in the log that that was my next order, especially if this ends here. take a look at the YouTube. It's got quiet on the YouTube as well. I don't think anyone's watching now. It's just a really long and slow game now. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours, so. But I do think it'll wrap up soon. I would bet you this is our last turn. And either the Spanish have whipped us in the south, and I am about to choke here in the north, or we're about to really whack them here in the north, which I don't know. And they'll call it, if we've outmaneuvered them, they'll probably call it. Our frigates have done brilliant work, I'll tell you that. I would expect with that damaged frigate in the front, though, I have an opportunity to cross that T, but we'll see. Remember, they're moving too, so it might not happen at all. It might happen that we end up broadside to them. All right, we got a report, and it looks like we've been somewhat successful. The enemy is turning away, and with that, unless things are going really bad for us in the south, I would wager that we got this. I think it ends here. He might run one more turn, but I think we're done. Because I'm going to sink the San Pablo, myself and or the frigates. I don't know if the frigates are involved or what. I imagine maybe they are. But San Pablo is going down. Nobody's really shooting at the Britannia anymore. And next we have these guys, but they're turning away. They're turning away. They're turning away. Let's see here. They're turning away this way. So, struck, damaged or crippled. I'm up here like this. These guys are turning away now. I guess I could start setting it up right. So let's put him here. And him. Oh, no, him here. Him here. Him here. There's another ship behind him. Maybe it's a little too... We're going to put a little number 2 behind him here. Just so we have that. And then we have this one here. Oh man, I think we're entirely up here now. And now this one is here. He's right about there. These two are kind of like this, following on. This one is struck. And here I am, right around here now. And the frigates are still firing away up here. Something like that. Now let's move them. More like that. Kind of like that. There we go. Alright, close enough for now. Well, actually. Ooh, this map's really, really crazy. I might have to move these all individually. That might be a little closer to it. Alright. So this is the situation. And my orders are just going to be to continue fire on the third rate. And then yeah, we're going to go something like this. So the intent is to go something like this. Oh, man. I don't want to do that. I hate the way that map just does not work. that's spoiled. I'm not going to be able to erase it. Anyway. Oh, that worked. That worked. Guess you just had to get real close to it. They've all got like a sweet spot in the middle, where if you hit it, it'll erase. There we go. Wonder if it works here. Yes, I discovered the trick. Alright, that's better. Alright, let's wait for the umpire to come in. He should pop in here next. Let's go into the frigates and he'll probably come to me. Standing by.
All right. So, Marshall,
My hair. My hair. Hi. Hey, how's my hair?
your hair's fine.
Oh, okay.
Your hair is fine. You are getting into much closer and hotter actions at this point.
Uh-huh.
And the San Pablo has had a mast go by the board.
Okay, that's the ship of the line. Okay.
Yep, she's had a mast go by the board. So,
Yeah, we'll
she is in a lot of trouble at the moment, and her maneuverability is basically nothing.
Okay. Well, she has not struck her colors and she's still firing, correct?
Correct.
Keep firing.
All right. You want to maintain this kind of course to get in front?
Yeah, is Ninja Bushido still in or did he drop?
He dropped, but I'm just having him basically follow your formation.
Okay, yeah, have him return to following my formation. I had originally ordered him to go off in case these guys got out ahead of me, but they didn't. But it looks like we've turned them around. So yeah, we're going to continue this way for a ways, and then we'll probably break off to the north and the west so we don't risk going into irons. But yeah, we're going to continue. Are we at full sail or battle sail still?
You're still at full sail.
It might as well maintain it until we start catching a lot of fire. So,
all right.
As we cross over that T, I think the amount of fire we're catching should diminish. So, if they start, aiming at our sails and our rigging, yeah, we'll go to battle sail, but otherwise just maintain. Thank you.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. All right, folks. My hair is okay. That's the important thing. We do want to look good for the paintings, since they will be displayed proudly at places like Buckingham Palace and wherever else they put paintings of their heroes. It looks like we're going to go at least another turn here. But yeah, I will be breaking off um, in about 10 minutes perhaps, because if I turn back to the south, I'll be in irons, and I don't want that. It looks like the enemy is trying to do that. Maybe. They might turn back north. But I think we could end up broadside with them. But if they turn away, then um, hmm, then that will break contact for a short bit. Again, second squadron behind me, which is um, it's another formation identical to mine, really. That might be outgunning the Spanish formation, so that could be why they're turning back. They could be afraid of that second formation that's behind me. All right. No viewers right now, so people be watching the recording, I imagine, fast forwarding through some of these slow parts. We have got a good number of turns behind us by now, which is a success. And it does seem to be working. It looks like the mechanics might be working. So, the actual mechanics for doing things like resolving combat, they don't actually matter as much as people think. As long as you get a reasonable outcome, that's fine. the idea is they have to be relatively speedy. So that's really the only stipulation. Whether you do it free Kriegsspiel style and you say, based on my years of experience with Age of Sail warfare, which absolutely no people alive today have, but that's how you would do it. That's how the Prussians did it. Based on my years of experience, I would say this year produces this outcome, and that's it. One of the things that I've always had an issue with the K-22, or not the K-22, the brigade system, and why I developed the K-22 system is the brigade system would have units shooting at each other for hours, for extended periods, and you wouldn't get an outcome when traditionally most of your Napoleonic skirmishes were decided 5, 10, 15 minutes tops. Skirmishes that went even 15 minutes and longer were generally fights between much larger formations. But when you're dealing with something like a battalion or a half battalion or a brigade, your time in combat is actually quite short. So with 5-minute turns in K-22, you get 1 or 2 fights. And then you're done. You're out. Your ammo is spent. There's some kind of a resolution, and that is literally baked into the dice. That's why you group the combat. You roll one die, and a lot of times one side is backing up, or another side is backing up, or even running away, and that's relatively historical. So that's how that system works. It's a relatively simple system. You calculate the combat value, you calculate any die roll modifiers, you roll the die, apply the modifiers, apply the result. The result's right on the die if you use the module. Otherwise, it's on the combat result table in the rule book. And that's all you need. You don't need to go through multiple die rolls and, well, now let's see what gets hit next, and now let's see the morale check, and let's see this and that, and no, you don't have to go through all that. A lot of times that minutia doesn't pay off. Now, naval warfare, yeah, I guess you've got to keep track of sails and rigging and crew and hull and how much water's coming in and if there's a fire breaking out and things like that. I get that. But when you're just doing, warfare on land, there are fewer variables to contend with, and again, it should be quick. And you could do the same thing with naval warfare. You can do some sort of K-22 type naval where you calculate the combat value between the two. You have this ship is firing at this kind of ship, or this is the overall combat situation. We're going to choose this particular die. The die roll is modified by how many guns are brought to bear on a target versus returning fire, let's say. And then you roll the die, and that produces some kind of an outcome. And the outcome is based on probabilities. There might be a small probability that the underdog gets a lucky hit, but the great majority of probability is that something bad is going to happen to the underdog because they're so badly outgunned, or whatever the situation may be. And so just like in traditional Kriegsspiel, the hard part is just determining which die to roll. But if you actually do like I do in the K-22 module, and you actually write on the die what the die is for and when to roll it, then even that becomes easy. And it becomes habit once you've done it, a few times. You remember now what the dice are for and when to roll them, and you're done. Again, you take a look. You're like, this versus this. Okay, here's my rough calculation. Let's roll one die. There's the result. Apply the result. Let's move on to the next turn. Takes like 60 seconds. And because you're grouping things, you don't have to sit there and roll one die for each unit. You roll one die for each group of units is firing on another group of units, and that's the result, and it's applied more or less collectively, which in small scale tactical battles where you have battalion versus battalion, that works. The battalion would more or less stick together. In naval age of sail, that's going to be harder. However, in age of sail, naval conflict, you have fewer blocks involved, fewer units. So whereas in a tactical battle you might have, 6 to 8 units per player, here look, we've got one player with four units. Technically I'm running 8 now, but I just because I'm being followed by a botted player, so really I'm running my 4 units. And because it's naval warfare, we're not splitting up or doing anything that would also make things take a lot longer. So now I don't have to give 4 different orders. I just give the one order for the lead ship, and the rest just kind of follow along. It works. But yeah, the point is, whatever mechanic you have to resolve the outcome is less important than resolving the conflict quickly and reasonably. You should produce a reasonable result. If you don't have a reasonable result, you need to modify it. But yeah, so, and if you're consistently getting unreasonable results that you're having to modify, then there's a problem with the system. And that needs to be corrected. You need to modify the system to prevent that. Probably by adjusting a die roll modifier or something. A DRM is usually what it is. I'm getting tired here. I was up past midnight last night. It's not necessarily my choice, but man, alright, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. Although I have a feeling he'll come back a little sooner. But I'm going to step away to the kitchen. Alright.
Okay, so how badly we lose?
I think that's everyone.
Okay. So, what was the name again? Sunday?
Sunday Ship Slam. And the password is 246. If you want to get on the table.
If you just
It'll-
type in Sunday, it should be the only one there.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're on Saturday, so why would anybody put...
Why are we
it's not
calling
showing.
it the Sunday Ship Slam, or do we just make a little...
That was an oops when I made the table, and I'd already added so much stuff getting prep work done that I didn't... At 11 o'clock, I wasn't going to save it, kick back out, come back in to change it to open Saturday.
Yeah,
So.
okay, what was the password again? I put
246.
346.
246. Even numbers.
Okay. All right.
Got it. Is there a color left? No. Okay.
All right.
Marshall, you're doing some work. I'm. This is a lot better of a situation than I thought we were in.
Yeah, I've disgraced myself once more. Now,
yeah,
What do you mean?
people are gonna expect things from me now, and yeah.
Oh,
so in a weird turn of events, while we have this entire engagement, we have all these admirals commanding all of these ships on a wide open stretch of ocean. What do we end up with? We end up with Marshall versus Jan.
Oh.
Once again.
Yay!
Ceasefire!
great.
Ceasefire! Blue on blue!
Who is the nemesis of who?
Yeah, right? Rivals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will do some drawing to show kind of how things progress. All right, so the Royal Navy fleet started down here in 2 columns with a screen of frigates. The Spanish fleet started here. Oh, I'll change colors. Spanish fleet started over here and started in kind of an odd series of columns. I'm going to make sure I get it right.
Yeah, we had 2 small Vanguard light squadrons.
Yeah,
and
you
3
basically had 2 and then kind of like that. You had 5 separate formations with a double Vanguard. A couple of other differences is that the British fleet, as was historical, had a separate frigate screen. Historically, that was, at least for part of this kind of multi-day operation that led up to the actual Battle of Cape St. Vincent, was under Nelson, Commodore Nelson. Although at the actual battle, he would have been aboard HMS Captain, which was his ship. The Spanish fleet, we ended up with getting more Spanish players than losing Spanish players, which we ended up also losing Ninja during the game. So, but they actually stuck with, even when they had to move ships around to accommodate a different player count, they actually wound up with a historical arrangement of frigates shoved into battle line units. They didn't have a single formation that didn't have a ship of the line in it, which was historical. The Spanish did not have a true frigate screen. They had ships of the line in their frigate screen. So Jan ended up commanding one of those.
I hated that so much. As soon as I shot through the first frigate, there was just a ship of the line there, and I'm like, well, it's either I
Yeah.
don't shoot that
Yeah.
thing and don't get shot by 10 third-rate frigates or whatever,
Yeah.
third-rate ships.
Yeah, and that was something that was historical in fleet battles. If it was a one-on-one, the frigate had to contend with the fact that it had bumped into a ship of the line, and if it couldn't get away from it, it was out of luck. But in a fleet battle, there was a general gentleman's agreement that so long as the frigates stayed away from the ships of the line, didn't close with them, and didn't shoot at them, that the frigates would be left alone.
Wait, did we call it a battle? There's only like one ship that got sunk, from the way I'm looking at it.
Actually, there's 3 ships that got struck,
I see those.
and I'm gonna get to that. So ultimately, British fleet, Spanish fleet. Spanish fleet's goal is to reach Cadiz. Secondary goal, given that their purpose for coming out of the Med and to Cadiz was originally to go up here and meet with the French fleet at Brest, secondary goal is to break off and run to Brest. Sorry. That would have been that was their secondary goal, but they could not jump straight to that. They had to make an attempt for Cadiz because Cadiz is their home port.
The way I see, they're pretty split up right now.
So what ended up happening is that the frigate screen, the Royal Navy frigate screen, came up. Came up and about here ended up encountering the Spanish line of battle as it was moving across one of the Spanish vanguards. The Spanish vanguard then turned towards the frigate screen in front of the 2 columns of Royal Navy ships, and the frigate screen was moving. They ended up maneuvering to get out of the way for the most part. So the frigate screen ultimately maneuvered like that to get out of the way. And I keep running into map edge issues because this is a huge map. And TTS does not know what to do with itself when it's confronted with a map this big. So that's what happened with the initial frigate engagement. The British frigates didn't fire on the Spanish ships of the line that were down here. The Spanish left them alone as well. So they just broke off from one another and continued their scouting and vanguard operations. HMS Victory here, leading her squadron here, which is at the head of this whole column, turned towards the Spanish to close, Battle of Trafalgar style. And Victory took a good 10 or 15 minutes of just getting punched in the face by the Spanish ships as it was closing in before it finally got to land some hits of its own. But ultimately, Victory caught fire. That's why Victory is over here, because it had to come out of line and deal with its fire issues before it just experienced some slight turbulence and then exploded.
That's not good.
Yeah, so Victory had a fire issue that it had to deal with. Meanwhile, Marshall's continuing to sail north. They had a small issue they had to deal with of the frigate screen being in the way. They had to all slow down and reduce sail to let the frigates get by. But ultimately, they continued to sail to the north. The Spanish squadrons in the north were all turning to the north and continue to kind of track with this. Jan had a good inside track, and then the lead frigate in his formation And again, Jan also respected the gentleman's agreement with frigates. He had frigates, but only his ship of the line was engaging in the firefight. The lead ship in his formation ended up losing a mast. Hence, you can see their sail quality number has been reduced. And that kind of brought his formation to a halt as they had to get around the stricken ship, which was ultimately forced to surrender by more gunfire from the frigates that were engaging it. That bought Marshall enough time to get his own squadron around Jan and into a close range firefight. And in that firefight, given that Jan did not have any ships that could really support him without being torn to shreds, he wound up in a 1v4, and that's ultimately, while it's showing crippled, he lost another mast this turn. So that's ultimately his ship would strike. He's down to a mizzen mast is all he's down to. He's unmaneuverable. He couldn't make way at this point. He would be stuck there for several hours while they cut masts up and tried to re-rig some sort of sail arrangement to get him moving. So this ship would have struck. Had we gone on one more turn, it would have struck on its own.
We can rescue you, Jan, if you like dogs. You like dogs?
Now, that is in stark contrast. Now, so you also had Nick was with the flag, and honestly, the biggest, nastiest ships in the whole battle right here. They did do a little bit of engaging, but not a whole lot because they were trying to make this turn. And at some point, not too long ago, Nick had made the decision that, okay, we're not going to be able to make Cadiz, and began pulling everything back to make for the secondary objective. So everything that's behind these green lines would make it out of the area. They would be able to leave and would have to be pursued if they wanted to be run down. But they would actually be able to make it all the way around and out before they could be run down and caught.
Well, did they get that message to the squadron in the south?
The reason this is in gray is I am kind of torn on what Reddy would be doing. Had we continued this battle, his intentions were to continue this firefight. But that would also basically sandwich him in the middle of the Royal Navy without being able to get any communications from his flagship, nor can he even see his flagship. So it would put him in a position where by the time he realized that he was all alone down here, he may be able to break free and make a run for it, or it may be too late, and he may be pounced on by he may wind up with multiple squadrons of ships between him and his chance. My money is that the strongest possibility is that Reddy makes it to Cadiz. So the Spanish fleet is split. You have one squadron in good shape, but one squadron by itself bottled up at Cadiz, and then you have another and then you have the rest of the bulk of the fleet has gone around to the north and has made for the Bay of Biscay, where they would probably run into some more Royal Navy ships all trying to find them. So it's not an out and out. It's not a crushing defeat. It is a defeat because the Spanish fleet's been split, and the whole purpose of the Spanish fleet coming out of the Mediterranean was to join with the French fleet to have a fleet strong enough to take out the Royal Navy and break the blockade. However, with the Spanish fleet now split, and
just creates a third problem.
With the Spanish fleet now split, you have a small squadron in Cadiz, but as a general rule, you can bottle up a fleet with a lot less forces than it takes to beat it, because you just need to keep them tied to their port. So it's a lot easier to put a squadron sailing off of Cadiz and then send the bulk of your fleet elsewhere, because Reddy would Ready would need some serious superiority to run into the teeth of a blockading force and beat it. So, given everything, definitely going to put this down as a Spanish defeat. I'm not certain that this would go down in history as turning John Jervis into Lord St. Vincent, but it's actually pretty close to the historical result. The reason we have some interesting stuff in the South is that Morty made the choice to not respect the gentleman's agreement and use his frigates to fire on shipping. It helped him out with giving some significant damage to Victory. However, ultimately, his flagship was just beaten up on by seven capital ships beat up on his flagship, and then two of them basically slapped one of his frigates, and that was the end of that. This frigate right here, got a double critical hit.
Wait, those both the sunk ones are Spanish, right?
All three of the ones that
colors?
Yeah, all three ships that struck colors were Spanish. Historically, four Spanish ships struck colors, and your fourth one would be this one. There's really no way that a ship of the line that's down 2 masts at almost point blank range with an entire line of battle is not going to strike. There's no way they're going to stand and fight. They're going to strike their colors so that before they lose the ability to strike their colors.
Wait, is each circle a mast?
No, when I got Damon to make these pieces, we were trying to think of there's no obviously regular Kriegsspiel pieces these days. We show some NATO symbology on them for infantry, cavalry, things of that nature. There is no sort of symbology for ships because they just used models. But models are a little more difficult to track stats for on the fly. So Damon built these blocks for me that have each one of the circles counts as, and I'll scroll down here to where we have the whole setup. So here we go. This would be the Americans or the French, because both could be used for blue.
Oh, I'm not up there. No, I'll be off to see.
So a frigate has one gun deck. It has one circle, one artillery circle. A third rate has 2 gun decks, 2 artillery circles, the line between them, just making sure that they're separated. And a first rate has 3 gun decks.
Well, what's the brig then? What's the line through it?
The line through it, kind of in the cavalry sense, brigs are the line through it is both symbolizing that it's not got the full firepower of a frigate. It's got less than firepower. A brig would be what's called an unrated ship. So you're looking at less than 28 guns.
Okay.
Whereas your average frigate's going to run about 38 guns. So
okay.
And obviously the power of the guns is different. A frigate running 36 to 40 guns typically would be running 12 and or 18 pounders. The American super frigates, the Constitutions and President and Congress, those were unusual in that they ran 24 pounders.
So the 2 Spaniards that struck colors down south, were they both frigates?
No, one's a ship of the line and one is a frigate.
A third rate, I imagine?
Yep, this one was a third rate.
Okay, so we would have got 2 frigates and 2 third rates.
Yep. You got 2 frigates and 2 third rates, and probably gotten 4 frigates because these 2 would have to run away. And there's an entire.
Not like they're going to kill them, eh?
Well, yeah, but there's an entire frigate squadron right
that's
here.
Me. Yeah, I guess that's about to die. The entire game, that's Jan, right? I'm shooting at? That's Jan?
Yeah, that's Jan.
What I was doing is I was just like circling around so that I constantly had like a nice hit on your stern. And just all day I was just pounding like directly down center. Which apparently is good. Did I put in a lot of work on that ship? The first one?
God damn it.
This one is, your squadron is the one that forced that one to strike. Marshall didn't force that.
Yeah. You guys
because Marshall didn't shoot on it. All right,
Mhm.
so let's go down the numbers. All right, I'll just go down the list as it's here. Arminthus, what did you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was my first Age of Sail game. I had marked down some points. The first point I generally was surprised of that I got so little information passed on to fleets that were more at the end of the lines, more to the west in this case. I think I don't know. This is it is necessary to rely the information and to not assume that if you got the message from somewhere that other players that are nearby to you also receive this message. So the whole time I was not aware that Jan was facing 3 British fleets. I knew there were some British because I heard gunfire from the east, but I did not know the exact number. I did not know anything. I think Jan relayed some information back, but it never reached the very back of the fleet. And yeah, generally, I at the very end decided to split up my command, my 2 flagships. I put them near to Nick right here to support his efforts, and then I sent back my frigates. I told them to keep in max singling range to build up a cascade of scouting ships that can report the way back to our secondary objective that was here at the port Vincent. Yeah, most of the time it was rather quiet. I had time to think about what are others doing. I feared what was now our, I think, worst decision that is split up to the south, that they could not recover, that they could not turn fast enough to join our to join us on the way back to Vincent, and this is what happened. The south got completely split up, and we were never able to recover from this. I think if we had stayed more compact, and the south would not have been split up, we could have managed to sustain the turn, because every fleet would turn, fire, and then the next one would come in, turn, fire, and then we could easily go northeast and escape. So, but it was interesting. Thanks for emperoring, and had a lot of fun.
Yep. All right, Carter.
Here we are. Okay. So my impression before seeing the table was that the battle was going a lot worse than it actually is. So I'm happy that so far none of my ships have struck colors, and that 4 of the enemy likely will, plus maybe 1 or 2 more that we might get on the retreat. So I think, even though I don't know what the historic Battle of St. Vincent actually said, you said it was 4 ships struck their colors?
Best of my recollection is 4.
Okay. Yeah, so even though it was that, and we might not have lived up to maybe the strategic implications that Jarvis might have gotten historically, I think that this is a pretty decent result. I'll show you, Tac, if you want to save this, I'd like to show everyone the planning map that we had, because there were some things that going in, I think, made our job a lot easier once we had established. It's why we took so much longer to plan. I apologize for that, Spanish players.
Sorry,
well,
guys, just check the Kriegsspiel memes real quick if you'd like. Please and thank you.
Mind if I pull this up, Tac, or is that?
I'll stop sharing my screen for a minute, and you can share yours.
Oh, I'd have to. All right, then I'll pull up my own tabletop.
Sorry.
I was just gonna put it in the, but that's fine. I'll share my screen. here we go. So if y'all want to tune in, we divided the map into sectors and basically gave keyboard points, right, of where in the sector each, it allowed us to give some pretty cool spotting reports and that kind of thing. We also, I'll post it in general, in order to make the best use of our flags with the limited space we had to type and that kind of thing. We made a little code. So I just posted the Google Doc to that in general. So I'll post some example messages, which, basically allowed us to get a lot more information in a lot less space. Like, there's one message that I sent. And so that message, if you translate it, that's me to everyone. Enemy spotted. 4 brigs, 1/3 rate in sector D1. So that would be right here. And then course south, right? So that would be when I spotted the scouting squadron moving south. So that was kind of a interesting way that we managed to convey a lot more information a lot quicker, which was nice. I don't think it was like a deciding difference. I don't think it was like the Spanish for not doing that lost the battle, but it was helpful. And our plan was to Trafalgar it. We wanted to. I figured British ships are much more effective close in because we'll pour in weight of fire. We've got usually 2 or 3 volleys broadside to the Spanish 1. So if we could get close in and just unload into the Spanish ships, it might help with the numbers advantage. And the whole logic with Nelson's Trafalgar strategy anyway was he was outnumbered, and by getting in and amongst the Spanish and French fleet, the Spanish couldn't shoot as much. They couldn't bring their full weight of numbers to bear. Now that didn't play out because the Spanish, of course, one group went north and the other went south. So we ended up sending one of our 2 battle lines to the north and the other kind of to the south. But it worked in kind of a similar way, though not with as devastating results. So I'm happy with the way everybody on my team handled their ships, their squadrons, and I'd like to thank the Spanish players for a fun battle and the umpires. So thanks, guys.
All right. Let's see. Next up will be Chris.
Yeah. I think it went well. I enjoyed it. It's a first Age of Sail game as well. The first message I got, I was like, "What does CRS and ESE mean?" And I literally said that wasn't in the brief, so I was really confused by that. But it was funny. But I just carried on following Carter. Then obviously I didn't realise that the second line of Spanish ships I engaged were frigates, but I saw them engaging HMS Victory, and I thought, well, they're engaging my flagship, so I told the umpire to unload on them. It was only until the umpire said they'd bitch slapped them and that they were frigates. I was like, oh. But then I realised they broke the gentleman's agreement. I think at one point when the first line of Spanish I engaged, I saw breaking away. I think I sent 4 signal messages to Carter, so there's probably people on the ship waving flags around like maniacs. Because I was worried about them. I thought they were going to head to Cadiz. I didn't realise they were going to break round to the left and just carry on engaging. I thought they were just making the high tail to Cadiz, so that's why I was turning right. Overall, yeah, I enjoyed it. It's only my second Kriegsspiel battle officially, live play. So yeah, I want to thank the Spanish players and my fellow teammates and the umpires for a good game. Thanks.
Jan, I know you're getting close to your bedtime.
Oh, it's all good. So fine. Yeah, also the first Age of Sail Kriegsspiel for me, I was commander of one of the Vanguard sort of light squadrons. And to answer Amanda's question, I pretty early signaled red 12. So our code for enemies in front of Cadiz and to the south, because I had at that point eyes on our southern vanguard and Reddy's column turning to the south and being engaged, and in front of me 2 to 3 squadrons. So that was pretty early, and then I was just waiting for Nick to sort of give the overall command to react to that in whatever way. I couldn't really, in the position I found myself in, I couldn't really make use of the speed of my ships, because Nick pretty much got close up to me, so there was no space behind me. And the way that, and that's mostly to the British, though, the way the British maneuvered then was to sort of denying me to use the weather gauge, which was well done. I was contemplating to sort of cut in between and sail in the direction of Cadiz to the east, and then sort of circle back, like tacking back and get in behind. But yeah, you see the condition of my ships anyway, so that was nothing I could really do. But yes, I agree also with Amantis that like the move to the south of the second vanguard or first vanguard and Reddy's squadron there was probably my main issue. Yeah. Although I mean, I don't blame them. That was sort of part of the plan to probe either to go directly to Cadiz or probe the southeast and see if there were enemies. And apparently, at the point we reached the current situation, there were enemies at both positions. So there's that. Very interesting battle, and yeah, communication is completely different, of course. So that's something to keep in mind. Lessons learned. Thank you.
All right. All right, Marshall.
Yeah, today will be remembered as the day that I saved the British Empire by personally aiming every shot that sank a ship, as well as my wig coming through entirely unscathed. Um, I had orders to kind of, go north, which I did. I was basically in command of the second division, more or less. So I had my ships plus ninja ships behind me, and I tried to just kind of stick to orders. Went north, sighted the enemy, and the frigates were really interesting. I honored the gentleman's agreement. I did not permit my ships to fire on the frigates. However, there was a moment where we were turning to the left, and I was like, they could get in my path and block me, because what I wanted to do was cross the T of these baddies over here. And if they block me to cost me time or prevent me from doing that, I did say if they get in the way, they're breaking that agreement and becoming combatants with us, and then we are ordered to sink them. Fortunately, that didn't happen. We did focus fire on Jan's ship. I didn't know it was Jan's ship. Sorry, Jan, but it's how it goes. The goal, though, was to kind of cross the T of the big ships, and I figured with the two squadrons we'd hit them. But then when they turned away to the left and they looked like they were committing to that turn, I was really worried that they were going to do this thing where they circled down to the south or something. But they would be in irons, but I would be following them and I'd be in irons too. So my plan was to turn back to the right once I finished off here. Turn back to the right and then head down to the south, perhaps, to see what I could hit. So I would be momentarily disengaging from the fight to avoid going into irons, and then kind of reset the battle, coming back in from the north. And I knew that I had the second squadron in tow, so I figured we were quite formidable. I wasn't afraid of anything. Um, I can't believe how I did. I'm sure it was an accident. But anyway, thank you everyone for the good game. Thank you.
Yeah, and that brings up the interesting possibility of if that had happened, then you probably would have spotted us chasing the Spanish towards Cadiz, and that might have opened up some possibilities.
Yeah, I thought about that too, and yeah, that's quite possible, because I probably would not have pursued them to the east, certainly not without any kind of orders. So I would have looked for headquarters and you. I was afraid we were going to lose you at one point, and then I was going to have command of the fleet, and then all the credit for victory, I'd have to live with all that. But I figured I was strong and I could manage.
We will say that we did break the curse. This is the first time in how long that Marshall has played in an open Saturday and been on the winning team.
Right? Like I said, I'm sure it's an accident.
It's because of me. It's because of me. It's
We
my
only
luck rubbing off
we only
on
had to start playing a brand new type of Kriegsspiel in a brand new setting.
Clearly made for the sea.
Yep. All right, Merlin.
Hello.
Yep.
I was towards the wheel of the Spanish fleets. We made some code ahead of time, but not nearly as detailed as what the English had. Which I'm kind of impressed by how detailed they went. I kind of wish we did something like that. But our code was basically, if there was no British in our way, we'd say green and go straight to Cadiz. If there was British more towards the north, we'd head south with yellow and try to travel along the coast to Cadiz. And if British were completely blocking us, we were to be given code red, which would be to head straight towards Cape St. Trina. I don't think I fired a single shot this whole game. Before I got towards the English lines, I was given code red and immediately did a U-turn and started heading west and started angling towards the north.
If it's any consolation, you actually did fire some shots. One difference between land and sea Kriegspiel is there's no way you could sit there and individually command every ship or try to send orders to them. So even the ship you're on will just fire on enemies as they bear. So you actually did fire a few shots. But all right, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I think most have been said about the Spanish plan and execution. What I can say regarding the orders or the message, well, I didn't receive so much information. Just the red message and the 12th message from Jan. So that's why I just convey the red message to the other squadron. Because for me it was enough. It means move back to Saint Vincent, and as per the plan we decided before the battle. It's really interesting. I mean, it's the second time I am playing on a naval Kriegsspiel. It's really interesting. It's really another way of planning, another way of fighting, and I hope I will be able to play another game, because I'm sure you really improve yourself with the time and with experience. So that's all for me.
Right, and ready.
Hey everyone. At first, I followed Morlin. I forgot his name.
Morte.
Moti. I followed Moti. We were actually given orders not to head southeast. We were actually given orders to only turn to turn only towards the north because of the wind. But when Modi did turn to southeast, I followed him because he would have been on his own if I didn't follow him. So after that, I thought there weren't any troops to the southeast. But suddenly we spotted some troops and Modi started firing. Then I had to also fire to support my friendly troops. At the time, Mote left the game. It was quite shocking to me because we were not in a good situation, as Mote's ships were not well, they were not a big guns. They were small. They were only maybe third class ships, and they were up against the triple decked ships. So it was like HMS Victory, I think. So we were up against HMS Victory, even though four of Mortis ships fired against only one ship. That's HMS Victory. They didn't do any damage, and it was quite shocking to me. But the game went well. But I didn't receive the red code. The we had codes, right? The Spanish team had codes, but I didn't receive any codes. The only code I received was yellow, not red. If I would have gotten the code, I would have done what other Spanish players have done. I would have retreated back to that city. If someone has passed me the code, I would have done what other players have done.
All right, and I can explain why you didn't get the code red. It's because you didn't have enough line of sight to actually see it at the time it was sent. So you were really and truly on your own at that point. But
Okay.
as always, this is the first official outing for the Age of Sail naval rules for Kriegsspiel. I'd like to definitely thank Peter Robbins. He has put a lot of work into working on these, and Damon on building the pieces. I'm playtesting it, running games with it, and seeing what we can tweak in order to make this. Which the purpose of these rules is to take something that has always been very much a grognard thing. If you know Age of Sail, if you've studied Age of Sail combat, it's really cool, but it's something that if you don't know it, it's very difficult to perform well. And the goal behind this is to adapt it into a format that has a very easy learning curve and requires minimal actual learning from a player in order to understand how the basic rules work, how to actually operate it, kind of in exactly the same way that our other Kriegsspiels run, where you don't have to have any experience in order to go out and have a good time. And yeah, those that have experience may know a trick or two, but they're not going to be so far ahead that it's impossible to beat them. So there's going to be some tweaks. I've identified a couple of different spots for making it smooth. I would really like to thank Peter. He had to dip out. But we started this game with 4 umpires. We ended this game with 2 umpires, and we lost 2 players along the way, and we managed to pull it off to a conclusion. So, hopefully, we will do some other Age of Sail Kriegsspiels in the future. It's not going to be an every week thing, but it'll be with some regularity. And I'll be in the background tweaking these rules, working on them, and getting them to a state that's better for everybody and is something that everybody can actually run. So we can have more people run these games on the side. All right, if there's no other questions, I know our European players, it is getting pretty late.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
did.
I did miss Rudolph? I'm sorry. Rudolph.
Okay. You hate to see. Well, I'm the frigate guy, so I guess, kind of makes sense. At first, I don't know if y'all, probably some of y'all were in this game. It was a while ago. You guys remember the Germans never lost?
Eh?
We had any in that?
The CT game, the World War One.
Yeah. It was kind of like this big hunt for these German battleships. I thought it was going to be something like that at first, where it's kind of like we got to find them. But no, we managed to engage pretty quickly. I'd say the one thing that was a bit frustrating was the kind of like mix between third-rate ships of the line and the frigates, because there were a few times where I just couldn't do anything, just because I couldn't fire at anything.
Well, you
But
could
I guess, well, not without signing my death warrant, but but yeah, no, it was a super fun game. I really enjoyed it. I'd love to see, and this is something I wanted to try out myself, but I haven't found any good rule sets for it. Like some wolf pack type of stuff. I think that would be super cool, like U-boat type of thing. Um, I wonder what would have happened if the battle in the north kept raging, because I feel like the southern front of the British Navy might have fell soon, especially losing their flagship, or like having it. Was it close to striking colors? Being on fire and
No,
explosions?
victory.
No,
No, it didn't explode.
No, yeah, Victor. So to explain, and if you flip these pieces, you can actually see their remaining stats, because that's another reason why we went with blocks instead of stats. Victory was nowhere near striking her colors. She caught fire, but she was nowhere near striking. Actually, if HMS Irresistible wasn't already sailing away from Reddy's force, it would have struck, because it's basically in the oh god, we're all going to die levels of damage to that ship.
Gotcha. So if
and
you
its crew.
do you think that
So
if the battle in the south continued raging without any support from the north, whether it's like Spanish or British reinforcements on either side, just purely a 1v1 with the troops there, that the Spanish would win or the British would win?
ultimately, if Reddy continued to close and Carter's force would fall in, ultimately Irresistible would wind up out of the line, whether striking or just coming out of the line entirely. Striking your colors is not a guaranteed surrender. Striking your colors means I'm done fighting, and whenever this thing's over with, whoever owns the field wins. So a ship that's struck, if you still win the battle, you get it back. It's not like no take backs.
Yeah.
So given the situation, you have a first rate that's still in decent shape, another first rate that's in good shape, 1, 2, 3, 4 first rates all in pretty good shape versus a first rate and 4. They would, even with Irresistible pretty much out of the fight, you would still have the British would still have an extra first rate, which is not enough to make it utterly decisive, but is enough that it would have been a nasty fight. My impression of what Reddy would have wound up having to do, whether he wanted to or not, would be making the break for Cadiz.
Yeah, seems like it.
He would have had to make the break for Cadiz just to get out of the fight, because and that would have been a whether they chose to or not situation. In the north, based on what people have said, and we did have some slight map issues in the north because this map is bigger than the table by a good margin. But in the north, I think you would have seen, with Marshall breaking off to starboard, you would have wound up seeing a situation where if Marshall's breaking off to starboard and then circling around to re-engage, but he's broken off to starboard, that's going to take time. Assuming you're not going to sit there and sail right beside ships of the line indefinitely, you're also going to break the starboard. Ultimately, Ninja's force would be rejoining, so again, another break to starboard. With that breaking off, that's just over. What I would see is with the Spanish continuing to break off, and with no battle kind of continuing, what I had presumed at kind of battle's end is, with the Spanish continuing to break off, your ships would loop around to starboard, but ultimately you would be going down and taking these two frigates, because these two frigates, seeing their own fleet sailing away from them, would have the choice of running or surrendering, and they're already under the guns of a whole lot of ships. And while there is that gentleman's agreement exists only so long as there's a fleet battle. Once the battle's decided, then ships that refuse to strike get shot at until they give up. So the two frigates here, the Diana and the one with a really long name.
So we'd probably be capturing the whole squadron.
You would probably end up capturing this entire squadron.
Yeah.
By the time
I was wondering if the Spanish chose to sit and fight, if the southern battle could have been won. But yeah, I didn't know we had two first rates down there. That's good.
Yeah, the southern battle would have been a close run deal. You have an extra first rate. They have these two frigates, which will survive until they get picked on by several third rates, and then they cease to exist in 5 minutes. But it would have been a close run deal for the Spanish in the south. That was actually a pretty even fight. In the north, and this comes down to a question that we always run into in Kriegsspiel. You are not playing against the other side's troops. You are playing against the other side's commander. It is a game of chicken, and you're trying to be the one to make the other guy flinch first. And that is in this battle, even though the Spanish have taken losses, they still outnumber the British. They still outnumber the British by a sizable margin, with 2 entire squadrons, divisions of their main battle line units, including their flagship, that have been basically unengaged the entire battle. It's they chose to go for their alternate objective of preserving the fleet, because they felt like breaking through would be too costly. And they made that decision to go preserve the
Were
fleet
they
instead of break
informed
through.
of more numbers?
No, neither side was informed of your
Okay.
numbers. The British got a very basic information that it was a Spanish fleet. That's all they knew.
And then
because
Spanish is likewise then, or?
the Spanish got information that a British frigate had sailed through their lines last night. So the British are here, and the British know that you're here. That's basically what sort of information we got. Historically in the battle, like I said, Nelson he was Commodore, and he was actually commanding HMS Captain. But the day before, he had taken HMS Minerve, and had gone through the Spanish battle line. Had gone through sailed through the Spanish fleet trying to get information, and had gotten some. And then HMS Niger gave a bit of forewarning that the Spanish were coming, that they were coming back to Cadiz, and that's all the information that anybody really had.
So one more quick historical question.
Sure.
Why go for Cadiz if you're just locking yourself up in a port when you could go for the Gibraltar, and then, or could they go for the Gibraltar? Did the British own the southern port at that time?
Yeah. The British had Gibraltar at this point, where they were about to capture. It's right in there.
Okay,
It's
so
right
you
in there
couldn't
where
have touched Gibraltar then. You couldn't go in
Yeah,
the
well, and historically, the Spanish were coming out of the Med. They were coming out of the Med, and their ultimate goal, what caused this battle to happen in the first place, was the Spanish fleet, and it's all right on the steam of the map. But the Spanish fleet was coming out of the Mediterranean, and they were going to Cadiz to get their fleet out of the Med and to orchestrate a link up with the French fleet. They couldn't sail. They knew if they sailed their fleet out of Cadiz, out of the Med, past Cadiz, past around the Cape, around Portugal, which was a British ally, and around and through the Bay of Biscay, they were going to get caught and dealt with before the French could link up with them. So the ultimate goal was just like what actually happened at Trafalgar, where the French and Spanish fleets linked up in that area. That was the goal, was for the Spanish fleet to come out, and then the Spanish and French fleets to link up, at which point they felt they had the superiority to take on the Royal Navy. So
I feel like Cadiz is a weird goal. Like, couldn't you just bottle them up at the port?
it's their but it's their only port on the Atlantic. On the southern Atlantic, it's their only port that can handle a fleet.
So in the traditional battle, they were coming out of Gibraltar and then got engaged with the British.
They were coming out in the traditional battle. Actually, this is similar to the setup of the traditional battle. They were coming out of Gibraltar. They got caught by what's called a levanter, which is a very strong east wind coming off the Med, and that took them way out to sea. And basically, they spent the next week coming back in to get. By the time they got free of the storm, they didn't
weren't meant
have.
to be out there then. They were trying to go for Cadiz, but they just got pushed way out.
Yeah, they were trying to make just this short hook to Cadiz, where they would be able to They'd be in the harbor before the Royal Navy had a chance to react. And then, so they're being expected at Cadiz. The wind took them all the way out, and we're pre-radio. The only way that they would be able to communicate would be by getting back there. So the fleet's orders were to go to Cadiz.
Wouldn't it be better to stay inside the Mediterranean and link up there? Or was the French Navy stationed in northern ports?
The Royal Navy was sitting off Gibraltar. The Royal Navy was sitting off Gibraltar waiting for that. They knew they would try to link up, so they're waiting for that attempt to link up.
Oh, and the French Navy was all up north then.
And the French Navy, the main French fleet was at Brest.
Gotcha.
So you wind up in a situation where you're trying to get two fleets in two different, technically Meds of sea, but two different oceans together, so that they can build a fleet big enough to deal with the one that's sitting between them.
Yeah, that makes sense then. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I was wondering why they came out of Gibraltar, but then ended up on the other side of the ocean.
Yeah. In a modern context, you wouldn't have this battle because your ideal scenario is to have your fleet on either side of the enemy fleet, where you can, but that's only because you can communicate with them. But in this time period, you would want your fleet concentrated so that you could actually communicate.
What year did this take place in?
1797.
Gotcha, sweet. You mind if I got the rule sets for this?
I will once me and Peter get through tweaking it. We're still kind of working on making tweaks. I don't really want to release it as a rule set yet because it's very untested and there's a lot more tweaks to do. But I appreciate it. I know we've got a bunch of people who it's getting close to their bedtime, and I've got to figure out what I'm going to cook for supper.
Well, thank you for umpiring.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank everybody. Thank everybody for humoring me.
Yeah, thanks
to everyone.
Tac, if you have any time after this, I'd like to talk just a little bit about the other system that we're working on.
Yeah, we'll do that. We can do that later.
What do y'all work? Is it a surprise?
The Civil War system.
Okay, good.
All right, folks. I want to thank you all for sticking with me, although I'm not sure how many of you did. I think we went down to 0 for a while there. But I want to thank you all just for supporting the IKS, being here, watching the live streams and other things. This was certainly a longer game than usual, much longer, drawn out, a bit slow. But again, it's a prototype game, a prototype system. In the end, everything did work out. It looks like they had issues with having umpires on hand to manage things, which is also going to cost time, but they also were able to accommodate a large number of players. So very grateful to them for running the game. And let's see here. Let's see. We'll just let that go. Again, I want to thank you all for just being awesome and being with us. There are some links in the YouTube video for our Patreon. You can support us that way. You can also go to our website, kriegsspiel.org, and check out all of our resources. Join our Discord. I also have a Discord link in there now, so be sure to use all of those. All right, well, thank you very much, and we will see you